Marion tried to sleep, curtains drawn. The door to the bedroom closed to keep outside sounds out of the room. Marion was tired. Very tired both physically and mentally. The last few days were easily the worst of her life. Such grief had come upon her, and unexpectedly, when there was no sign of trouble. But where was Kevin going that unfortunate evening? Why would he take the country road towards the holiday village? It's a strange route, and none of his mates could answer Marion's questions. Although Michael, it seemed to the woman, knew something. They'd been friends since childhood. Michael and Kevin grew up in the neighborhood, sat at the same desk, and then even worked together in the same construction firm. Only Michael was an economist and Kevin was an engineer. That evening, as it turned out, Kevin finished all his work early. But instead of going home, he went somewhere unknown. Anyway, he was involved in an accident on a country motorway. It wasn't Kevin's fault. He'd always been an extremely careful driver. Marion even sometimes annoyed his way of driving, especially when they were late for something. But her husband never exceeded the speed limit and strictly followed the rules. And then, a drunk taxi driver slammed into him. A terrible accident. Both drivers died on the spot, and Marion's whole world turned upside down. She had no one but her husband, no one but Kevin. They had long been each other's closest people, family. He often told her how he felt. There was no need for words. Marion herself knew, saw, felt everything. They were married when they were very young. Kevin had just finished college and was taking his first steps in his career. He had big plans. He wouldn't settle for anything less. Marion knew everything will work out for her husband because Kevin is such a purposeful, intelligent, sweet, and very, very kind. You can't go to waste with someone like that. They lived modestly at first. Kevin received a little bit of money in his design office as a beginner. It couldn't be otherwise. Kevin was ready for it. You'll have to sweat for a few years for practically nothing to build up a reputation and experience, he explained to his wife. Further, if everything works out, things will go much better. And if it doesn't work out, Marion smiled slyly. She, of course, wanted a beautiful life, but the main thing that the beloved was near, and she knew that Kevin would achieve a lot. She felt it. It won't work out. I'll join the army, they make a good living, Kevin joked. Of course, Marion knew how devoted her husband was to his work. He would not trade it for anything else. Since high school, he had dreamed of becoming an engineer. Marion graduated from a teacher's college, trained as a primary school teacher, but she was offered a tiny salary at school, even less than Kevin, and the young family needs to live on something. And so Marion, to give her husband the opportunity to achieve what he wanted, went instead of school to the market to sell fruit. The pay was much better than at school, although the work, of course, was hard both physically and mentally. Marion returned home tired, legs buzzed, back ached. Stand all day on your feet, and even carry heavy weights. Not to mention the rudeness of some customers, but Marion saw all this as temporary difficulties. Kevin, on the other hand, was in the office day and night. Some orders, new projects, meetings, even sent on business trips to other cities. The salary was growing, of course, but somehow very slowly. But Kevin's eyes lit up when he talked about his work. The man was especially happy when he talked about the prospects. The bureau is expanding. It's going to be hard, of course. There's a lot of work, but soon we'll be doing things we've never dreamed of before, he said excitedly. Kevin lived in anticipation of these changes and infected Marion with his enthusiasm. It seemed to her that soon they would have a good life and could even afford a child. Marion really wanted to become a mother, and even imagine what her and Kevin's baby could be like. She wished that the baby would inherit his father's intelligence. But under the circumstances, a child would be an unacceptable luxury for a young family. It was too soon. They lived in a small rented flat. An old house, noisy neighbors, always short of money. What can I say? They had to economize on everything. Stretched out the crumbs they earned for a month. What a baby. All the more so because then Marion would have to go on maternity leave and Kevin would be the sole breadwinner. And his salary, though it had increased a little, was still very small. No, they couldn't survive if they had a baby. There was no one to help the young family. Both spouses had grown up in remote villages far from the city and had even lost their parents. Marion did not know her father. Her mother always said that her daughter gave birth for herself. And what was it? She didn't say much about it. They didn't live poorly, but they didn't starve. Marion always thought the house she was born and raised in belonged to her mother. But when her mother passed away, Marion was just finishing her teacher training in the city. It turned out that the house had been given to her mother as a social rent as a farm laborer. Mom died and the house was given to another employee. Marion was left without her mom, without a house, without a livelihood. Confused, of course. It was good that her diploma was almost in her pocket. Marion had time to get an education. It gave her hope. What to do? The girl got a job as a cleaner after couples washed the floors in the shop. Then at night, prepared for classes. She didn't even have time to worry. She lived almost like a robot on autopilot. And I felt so sad, so empty. The future seemed vague at the time. But there was also a strange detachment. It's just the way it is. And then Kevin. He was also graduating from university, but a different one, engineering faculty. Handsome, kind. They met when Marion was carrying a heavy bucket full of dirty water to pour out. The girl, how can such a delicate person carry heavy things? Let me help you, suggested the boy. Marion gladly handed the burden to the cheerful guy with laughing green eyes. He had a warmth about him. Marion even smiled back, though she had not done so for a long time. On the way they talked and got to know each other. Kevin joked a lot. He was very simple and easy to communicate with. Marion liked this blonde-haired guy more and more every moment. He helped Marion to clean the shop that evening and stayed with her until the end of the work. The girl scrubbed the floors, he scrubbed the walls. It was a quick job. And it's more fun to work when it's just the two of them. By the end of the cleaning, the young men seemed to know everything about each other. Kevin had also grown up in the village and had also lost his parents, both of them. He was about 13 years old at the time. His mom and dad were on the river. Mom swam far away and started drowning. The husband, of course, rushed to save her, but they both went underwater quickly, and in front of a lot of people, they didn't have time to help them. Kevin went to an orphanage. There were no relatives willing to take care of the boy. But the house, while the child was under the care of the state, some of them took over the house by some right and wrong. So Kevin was also left without a home. The young man was not lost in life. He had a linchpin that would not let him lose his way. He graduated from a construction school. Like many from their orphanage, then went to university, which was already a rarity for orphans. But Kevin always studied well. And when he was still in the family growing up, and then, left without parents, the boy dreamed of becoming an engineer. Purposefulness differed from early years, went to his goal, not turning and not distracted by trifles. At the same time, the boy worked part-time as a laborer at a construction site. He had enough money to rent a hostel flat and to eat. He lived like that, he didn't complain. Marion's story caught his eye. "Yeah, we're the same, aren't we, both parentless and homeless?" said Kevin. Marion only sighed. "Why are you getting upset? We're young, strong, we have our whole lives ahead of us. We'll still have it," Kevin encouraged her. Marion smiled. She really liked it then. So they became not just Kevin and not just Marion, but Kevin and Marion, helping each other, supporting each other, encouraging each other. It was easier to cope with life that way. Marion still remembered those feelings. She was alone, needing no one, loved by no one, like a twig in the cold wind. It seemed possible to live like that, but it was very uncomfortable and joyless. And Kevin, he painted the world with bright colors. He was fun, good, calm. He wrapped Marion in warmth, like a warm blanket. Marion enjoyed taking care of him, too. Totally unfamiliar feelings until then. They quickly became close. Only a month after meeting each other, they both had no doubt that they wanted to spend their lives side by side. "This has never happened to me before," Kevin confessed. He looked really surprised at that moment, but happy at the same time. "You're absolutely my man, like a soulmate. Romantic songs and films don't lie, it turns out." Marion felt the same way, and it was happiness, despite the financial difficulties. They lived, of course, starving, but together. and then they both graduated from their universities and got their first jobs. Kevin, as he had dreamed, went to a design bureau as an engineer. The salary, of course, was minimal, and they had to work from morning till night. But it was the first step towards the young man's dream. Marion knew that her husband would achieve a lot. They would end up living a decent life, to say the least. But now they must be a little patient. That's why Marion didn't go to school. They offered her a pittance. She and Kevin wouldn't have survived. Marion made her own decision. She got a job selling fruit at the market. You don't need a college degree to do that, of course, but at least you wouldn't starve. That's how they lived. The salary, though not impressive, but it was certainly better than a scholarship and income from part-time work. The recent students felt almost rich for the first time. They started living together. They rented a whole separate flat, a small one, in an old house with thin walls, where taps and creaky floors were shared. But it was theirs. It was their corner, their haven, a refuge from all the hardships of life. It was a hard life, but in Marion's mind, it was a happy time. That's how she felt, lucky to have drawn the winning ticket, with him by her side, Kevin. During this difficult period, at the worst possible moment, when money was tight, Marion suddenly realized one day that she was expecting a child, overjoyed and terrified at the same time. But the more she thought about her situation, the more vividly it was her fears. She wanted to hold the baby in her arms and feel like a mum. And Kevin would make a wonderful father. That's for sure. But it's not the time. Can the three of them live on one salary as an aspiring engineer? Rent, utilities, food, and then there's clothes. A child, how many extra expenses? Baby food, nappies, medicines. I bet Marion won't be able to work for a long time. So, how do you survive? Kevin, of course, can leave his design office, get a job, for example, on the construction site again. It pays better. But Marion, she knew how her husband dreamed of a career in engineering. Still, she hoped her spouse would think of something. She told him about the pregnancy the evening after work. But immediately she'd seen the look of consternation on Kevin's face, then puzzlement, and finally sadness. He wasn't happy about the baby, and he could understand that. Marion herself was confused. "Well, what shall we do?" Marion asked, looking Kevin straight in the eye. "I don't know." He shook his head. "Give me a couple of days to think about it. It's just so sudden. Just don't worry about it. We'll get through it somehow." Kevin hugged Marion, and she looked into his confused eyes and realized she felt trapped. It was probably at that moment that she finally made up her mind. Marion went to a special hospital without telling her husband. And there, for a reasonable fee, she had the problem solved. The head nurse looked at Marion with sympathy and tried to dissuade her right before the procedure. "Well, it's your first baby. You might want to think about it some more. It's not a big deal. People have trouble conceiving afterwards. And you are married, after all, with an education. Can't you and your husband pull out a baby together?" "It's not the time now." Marion shook her head, barely holding back tears. Then those tears did break through. After everything. The woman spent a few hours in the hospital under observation. Then she was released to go home. Marion walked down the familiar road, feeling cold and empty inside. Did she regret what she had done? No, because there was no other way. Marion didn't want Kevin to give up his dream because of a baby. And Kevin would have done it. He left his bureau because, well, what else could he do? He's responsible and decisive. He couldn't have done it any other way. Kevin, having learnt what had happened, silently came to Marion and held her against him. There was pain in his eyes, and also relief. He tried not to show it, but Marion could see that her lover was glad that the problem had resolved itself, and that was obvious. What was it? Wasn't that what she had wanted when she went to that hospital? Yes? Marion had only decided to do it so that the one she loved would realize her dream after all. "I feel so worthless," she thought. Kevin spoke, stroking his wife's hair. Marion, as always, stood under his touch. "I can provide for a family. My wife had to take that step because of this. I mean, it must be painful." "Physically, not particularly," Marion admitted. "I promise you we'll still be living well, and we'll have a huge flat of our own, and a car, and a bank account and children. Of course we'll provide for them with everything they need. They won't live in want. We'll be all right." Marion nodded her head. She believed her husband. Kevin was not the kind of man to throw words to the wind, and the man had indeed kept his promise. They got first a large flat, then a house, a car. There were 2 of them in the family now, one for Kevin, one for Marion, a substantial bank account, traveling anywhere on the planet. Kevin and Marion visited many resorts. They'd never even known the names before. And the only dream of the couple that didn't come true. They didn't become parents. The old nurse warned young Marion of the possible consequences. Her words seemed like mere words at the time. The old woman tried to persuade Marion to keep the baby, so she was scaring her. But in fact, the nurse's words proved prophetic. The desired pregnancy never came, and when Marion turned to the doctors, she learned the terrible truth: she will probably never become a mother. The chances are minimal. It was all due to the effects of the termination. Kevin and Marion never gave up. The woman's life for quite a long period of time consisted of hospitals, consultations with specialists, examinations and treatment. Kevin was now earning enough to provide his wife with the best clinics. The doctors did their best, but the miracle the couple had hoped for never happened. Marion was now out of work. Kevin provided for their family completely. The woman could, as she had long dreamed of, take care of the house. Now was the best moment to become a mother. But everything was overturned by Marion's spontaneous decision, made under very difficult circumstances. Did she blame Kevin for that? Sometimes yes, Marion did too. She even told her husband. He wouldn't say a word. Pain and guilt in his eyes. Kevin didn't mind. He really felt guilty for what Marion had to do years ago. Marion would apologize afterwards when she was released, reminding her husband that she had made up her own mind. But she couldn't change Kevin's mind. We're both to blame. I'm even more so. A husband is supposed to provide for his family, and I couldn't even earn enough for myself back then. Should I have told you we were having a baby? Quitting my job was nothing. I'd have made up for it later. But now we'd have a teenager, a son or a daughter, maybe even more than one. The absence of a child marred family life, but Marion and Kevin had themselves. Over the years, the couple grew closer, more and more intimate, even learning to read each other's minds. Kevin spent a lot of time working. He often went on business trips. He disappeared for a week, or even for almost a month. But he never forgot Marion. Constantly called her, wrote. The woman understood work plays an important role in her husband's life. It is not just a source of income. It is an inspiration, opportunities for realization. Marion herself, having the education of a primary school teacher, has never used his knowledge and skills for their intended purpose. At first, she had to sell fruit at the market to keep their family afloat. Then Kevin started making good money. Marion decided to take some time off and then start working. It didn't work out because the couple decided they needed a child, and then Marion's health problems came to light. She began a long, uninterrupted several years of treatment. And then Marion, for some time, could not look at the babies calmly. It was painful. She couldn't work with those babies. When Marion's mental state returned to normal, thanks, by the way, to effective therapy and traveling, she decided that it was too late. How do you start a career at that age, and at a school where experience is so important? It was scary to fail, especially since her possible mistakes wouldn't go without consequences for an entire class of kids. Kevin, as usual, accepted Marion's judgment. There's no need to work, he told her. You can do whatever you want. And Marion got busy. She excitedly set up her and Kevin's garden outside the house, growing rare flowers, tending to the plants. They could have hired a gardener, but Marion preferred to tend the garden herself. It healed her soul and gave her peace. Marion watched educational videos, read relevant literature. She even found friends by interests both on the internet and in real life. It was great to socialize with people who were just as passionate about gardening as you are. Marion gradually came to terms, accepted the fact that she wasn't going to have children. She had thought about taking a child from an orphanage at one time, and she knew that Kevin would support her choice and assist her in everything. But Marion visited several orphanages as part of a volunteer organization and realized that she couldn't love any of the children. The children in the orphanages were mostly unhealthy. Everyone had the stamp of disadvantage on their faces, even the smallest ones. Marion felt genuinely sorry for these babies. She gave them presents and played with them, but she could not imagine herself as the mother of one of them. She felt it, understood it on some unconscious level, to make both herself and the child unhappy. No, that was not what Marion wanted at all. Kevin understood his wife's feelings and did not insist, although he himself, according to his own words, could accept a child from an orphanage. Kevin still felt guilty about not having children of their own. That's why he didn't even try to argue about it. In general, that's how they lived, in prosperity, in love and care for each other. Marion felt quite happy. Sometimes, looking at her large house and luxurious garden, Marion could not believe that all this is happening to her. A penniless girl from the village, a fruit vendor. It doesn't work like that. And she felt quite happy. Everything was fine until that fateful evening. Marion waited for Kevin to come home from work, cooked his favorite rice and mince pie, made a salad of fresh vegetables, put a bottle of wine on the table. There was no occasion. It was just that every now and then Marion wanted to create a festive atmosphere. Why wait for a memorable date when you could have a mini celebration for two any day? Kevin was still gone. Marion lay on the sofa and watched her favorite TV series. It was calm and light at heart. Later, the woman was perplexed. Well, how could it be? She and Kevin are so close. They are one and the same. How could she not have sensed that her husband was in danger? Marion dozed off, not noticing how working outdoors contributed to a healthy sleep. It was a phone call that woke her up. The mobile was on the coffee table next to the sofa and vibrated impatiently. Marion glanced at the clock hanging on the opposite wall and froze. And Kevin wasn't here yet, and the phone was ringing. Fear gripped her heart with an icy hand. It was obvious that night calls like that were no good. And so it was. The surprisingly calm male voice informed Marion that her husband had been in an accident. "Is he alive?" was the question the worried woman shouted into the receiver several times in succession. "Don't know anything. Taken to hospital 4 in serious condition." Without remembering herself, Marion rushed into the garage. The stranger's words echoed in her head. "Taken to the hospital? Well, yes, in serious condition, but a hospital, so Kevin's definitely alive. And that's the most important thing. What's with his health, his condition, we can deal with that later. They have money for good treatment. They can do anything. They'll overcome anything." Marion got behind the wheel without thinking of the consequences. It's a wonder she didn't have an accident in her condition. She flew into the department, rushed to the receptionist's desk. A girl in a white coat with sad brown eyes, recognizing Marion's surname, asked her to wait. She went to get the doctor. From the nurse's look, Marion immediately understood everything. Her heart sank and her ears rang. But hope still lived until the gray-haired doctor spoke the words that were dreadful in their inevitability. "Kevin is dead. They didn't even get him to the hospital. It all happened in the ambulance. The injuries were too serious. By the way, the taxi driver didn't survive either." But Marion didn't care about that fact. Grief had come upon her. Heavy black thoughts drowned out everything else. The next few days she spent as if in a delirium. She did something. Organized the funeral, listened to condolences from acquaintances and friends. She met people who kept turning up on her and Kevin's doorstep. Someone hugged the poor widow, someone brought her something to eat. And for nothing, for Marion had no appetite at all. She couldn't eat a bite. At night the woman was alone. She wanted to cry, but somehow she couldn't. The brain refused to accept the terrible reality. Everything that was happening seemed unreal. How could it be? Marion was all alone again. And this after she had spent many years in a row next to her favorite person, native, warm, her own. How cruel it was that fate first gave such happiness and then took it away. Marion desperately regretted that she and Kevin had no children. He had left no one behind. Marion seemed to have come to terms with childlessness, but after the departure of his spouse again, acutely felt the pain of the fact that she could not become a mother. Then at least there would have been someone to live for. And now what? What did Marion stay on this earth for? Who needs her? Never even worked a day in her life. She was just Kevin's wife, and that was a role Marion was happy with. No, Marion didn't worry about financial matters at all. Kevin had taken care of it in advance. He had opened accounts in his wife's name. And in fact, by law, Marion was Kevin's only heir. Another thing was disturbing: loneliness, cold, merciless, crushing, and the feeling of her own irrelevance. It seemed to Marion that if she disappeared one night, no one would notice. Kevin was different. His counseling, his opinion and assessment were needed by many. He was an important man, respected. His advice was listened to. No major decision in the company was made without him. Kevin's colleagues looked really crushed and confused. Most importantly, she, Marion, needed Kevin like air, like water. But what would she do without him? And what was it for, anyway? Marion didn't remember the procedure of saying goodbye very well. It was like a fog. People came up to her, expressed their condolences. Then there was a wake in a restaurant. After that, Marion was left all alone in a large house with a beautifully manicured garden, alone with heavy thoughts and unbearable longing. Marion tried to exhaust herself during the day. She gardened. She walked long distances, most often to the park, wandered along the paths, breathed, watching other people. At night, the woman would fall asleep in utter exhaustion. Every time she thought that just when her head touched the pillow, she would immediately fall into a restful sleep. But no, more often than not, Marion would lie for hours, staring at the ceiling and remembering, just like this. Her friends tried to pull her out of the state. But they what? They all have families, kids. They have no time to coddle an inconsolable widow, who, by the way, has no desire to save herself. Marion was grateful to those around her for their attention, but she did not need it. She wanted to close herself off from everyone, to shut herself off like a snail in a shell and live out her life in peace. "Marion, you're like an old lady." Charlotte was loudly indignant. They had known each other for a long time, since their student days. Only Charlotte, unlike Marion, had gone to work in her specialty. She was always complaining to her friend about the exorbitant workload at school, but it was obvious that she liked the work very much. "You're still young. Why turn into a recluse? Life goes on." "You say that too," Marion grinned. Young. I can tell you that. I mean, we're the same age as you. So don't even argue. You can still find someone, and you should. You can't be alone all your life." But Marion didn't even want to think about that. She couldn't imagine anyone in Kevin's place. It was unnatural and unpleasant. The persistent Charlotte had even organized a date for a friend once, and nothing good had come out of it, only embarrassment and shame. But Marion understood that Charlotte wanted only good, and therefore did not even think to offend her. A year had passed since the tragedy. Marion finished her morning chores in the garden and went to the guest house she and Kevin had planned when they built the family nest. It seemed to them that they had a long life together ahead of them. Back then, they still believed that someday they would have children. Many children. They dreamed that they would grow old together and their grown-up sons and daughters would come to them with their own children. That's when they would need a guest house so nice, so cozy, as if from a fairy tale. That's what they built it for on the plot of land. It didn't work out with the kids, and gradually the guest house became Kevin's workshop. He loved working here. A large desk in front of the window, a powerful lamp, a pile of papers, shelves full of books, an old upholstered chair in the corner, a round coffee table in front of it. Kevin liked to sit in this corner when he was distracted from his work and drink tea and biscuits Marion baked for him. "You've never had anything this good anywhere," the man confessed. "Not in any cafe, not in any restaurant. You're just magic." Marion smiled happily. She loved it when her lover was pleased. She liked even more to feel herself the cause of his joy. It was only recently that Marion had dared to come in here for the first time since the tragedy. Before that, she had been afraid of disappointment. She had understood everything perfectly well, and yet there was an inexplicable hope. She'd walk into the guest house, and there'd be Kevin. He was sitting as usual, drawing something over papers, calculating something, the processor of a powerful computer humming quietly. A few sheets of paper, written in his small handwriting, were lying on the floor. It was frightening to see the empty office, the dust-covered things, the cobwebs, all the evidence that Kevin hadn't been here in a long time and never would be. But there was no escape. A year after the accident, Marion found the strength to sort through her lover's things. It still had to be done sooner or later. The woman had already dismantled everything in the house. Some clothes were given to charity. She gave some to Kevin's friends and colleagues. She kept a lot for herself as a memento. It was hard work. Morally, of course. Marion relived many moments, both happy and sorrowful, heavy. She had fond memories of many things. Now it was the turn of the guest house. Marion opened the door and stepped into the room, sighing loudly as she looked around. Yup. Everything was just as she expected. Things in their places. Even a warm dressing gown carelessly tossed on the back of a chair as if its owner had no doubt that he would be wearing the thing very soon. Clouds of dust rolled across the floor, picked up by the breeze. Bursting through the open doors, Marion opened the windows as well, letting fresh air into the room. Of course, Kevin was not here, nor could he be. But in some incredible way, Marion felt suddenly that he was closer now than he had been all along, even trying to tell her something or point something out. It was a strange sensation. Marion even slipped her hands into the pockets of her lover's dressing gown. Maybe there would be a note or something that would help her understand where her husband was rushing off to after work. Kevin was driving along a country motorway towards the countryside. Why? That remained a mystery to Marion. She asked her colleagues and her husband's mates, but no one could answer her. No one knew anything. Could it be that Michael, Kevin's best friend, had a hunch about something? Or did she think he did? But he, too, was stubbornly silent. Marion sank into the soft armchair where her husband liked to lounge. It was really comfortable, cozy, as if to embrace him. And then something stabbed Marion in the back. Through the padding and upholstery of the chair, the woman felt a sharp corner of her back. "Oh, there's something there," Marion said aloud. She was talking to herself a lot now, by the way. Nothing to do. I had to cut the upholstery. Marion did it at the back seam, so that she could sew it up neatly. She wanted to keep Kevin's favorite chair. The woman ran her hand under the dense fabric, pierced through the layer of soft canvas, and pulled out a casket. It was the one that both stabbed and dug into her back. The casket. It even had a sort of mysterious look to it, but it didn't fit Kevin's image in any way. "Looks like a hiding place," Marion stretched out, eyeing the find. Kevin was hiding something from her. But what and why? Marion hesitated a moment and flipped open the lid of the box. Inside lay a piece of paper folded several times. The woman recognized at once the neat handwriting of her husband. Beneath it was a stack of photographs. Before reading the message, Marion scrutinized the pictures. There were not many of them, 7 of them, and each one showed a little gray-eyed girl at different ages and in different situations. Here was a little girl, obviously under a year old, lying in a cot and looking at the one who was taking her picture with a smile. Here's already older, in a dress with combed curls. And there's that smile again. An adorable girl on a bicycle, a girl next to a river. A girl sitting at a children's table and drawing something enthusiastically. Who is that anyway? What kind of child is this? Why did Kevin keep pictures of her and hide them so carefully? Marion unfolded the sheet, written on both sides. Perhaps this letter would explain everything. It was a message from the other side of the world. Kevin had kept something from his wife when she was alive, even though it seemed unbelievable. I mean, they've always been honest with each other, but at least Marion thought so. And then there's this amazing find. "I'm writing this on my own. I don't know who I'm writing it for," Marion began to read. "Most likely for myself. To talk, to ease my soul. A kind of psychotherapy session. None of my people know about Alice and Tiffany. Just Michael. He just helps us a lot too. And he's reliable. He won't tell anyone. How hard can it be to live with 2 families? I feel sorry for Marion. She'll never understand me, and she's right. I can't upset her, I just can't, so I don't say anything. The worst thing is to keep the truth from her, from the one person I love. And Marion, she can't bear the truth. It would be too much for her. Not being able to have children, years of unsuccessful treatments, it's all crippled her psyche. She doesn't need to know anything, unfortunately. Maybe later. Marian tore herself away from the sheet. Her heart was pounding like crazy. So Kevin was keeping some very important truth from her because he was sorry. And it was about someone named Alice and Tiffany. Is it cheating? How else? I mean, Kevin wrote living with 2 families. How do you take it any other way? Tiffany is so funny, Marian continued to read. She just adores me. Waits to meet me. And every time her eyes light up when I arrive. Without me, she just wouldn't exist. It's like the baby understands that. It's amazing. After reading those lines, Marian felt dizzy. From everything, it looked like Kevin was writing about his daughter, Tiffany. He had said many times that his favorite childhood book was Alice in Wonderland. It was most likely Kevin who had named the girl, his daughter, that. How could he? Tears came to Marian's eyes. Then, many years ago, it was with her husband's tacit approval that she had terminated the pregnancy. It was this that destroyed her dreams of motherhood. And he, as it turned out, then had a child on the side and lived on 2 families. So that's why Kevin was away on business so much. It wasn't just work, Kevin was cheating on her. Marian had conflicting feelings. On the one hand, she was angry with her husband. Very angry. He'd been pretending for so many years, playing her for a fool. On the other hand, if Kevin were alive, Marian would forgive him everything, if only her husband were near her. They would have discussed the situation, made some decisions, and lived peacefully. Tiffany is growing up so fast. She needs more attention. I've sent her and her mom to a resort more than once, but the girl asks that I fly her down with them sometime too. Tiffany still believes that Alice and I can be husband and wife, and then we'll have a real family. I'm sorry to disappoint the little one, but she'll grow up and she'll know and she'll understand me. She should. I'll be sure to introduce her to Marian later. When Tiffany is older, she will certainly understand why and how I love Marian. Marian smiled against her will. Perhaps this girl is the result of some kind of mistake. Many people stumble, but Kevin loves his wife. Or rather, he did. He talks about it several times in the letter, which, as he indicated in the beginning, he wrote for himself, just talking as a therapist. So his words were completely sincere. It made her both happy and heavy at the same time. It's good to have Tiffany and Alice, of course, too, looking at them. I realize I don't live this life for nothing. But Marian is not easy to deceive. She loves me so much, trusts me so much. I feel like a complete wretch sometimes. I mean, she's the closest thing to me. But how can I tell her after what has happened to us? Tiffany's a miracle, of course. It's scary to think she wouldn't be here. I look at that sweet little girl, and I'm reminded of the past, of the baby that Marian and I might have had if I hadn't chickened out then. Marian cried again. Yes, these feelings of her husband's were familiar. She had often thought of it herself, but she had never told Kevin so as not to upset him. But he, it turned out, suffered and regretted it too. He just didn't show it, all his life, which seemed so short. But Kevin, at least, apparently still experienced the joy of parenthood. He still had a daughter, and he loved her very, very much. He writes about his little girl with warmth in every line. Marian suddenly realized that she had to find that girl. Tiffany is no stranger to her. If the little girl is Kevin's daughter, Marian will not abandon her. Who knows what condition the girl and her mother are in right now? What if they are in need? The thought of Tiffany's mother stabbed Marian in the heart. The woman felt anger rising in her soul at Alice. She must be one of those young rich girls who preyed on the rich. She'd seen the lonely, obviously not poor Kevin in a restaurant somewhere. He often had business meetings in places like this. She used all her charms, got pregnant, probably hoping to marry her rich daddy. Didn't work out. But Kevin didn't abandon his daughter either. So, what did you win, Alice? Once again, it was nasty and unpleasant on her soul. Marian brought the sheets up to her eyes and continued reading. A double life takes a lot of energy. I'm happy here with Marian and happy there with Tiffany holding me in her thin, strong arms. I never thought I would be in this position. At this point, the letter ended. Marian realized that her husband had not written it in one day. Most likely, from time to time, when he had accumulated, he took out this sheet of paper and spilled his thoughts and emotions on the paper. He must have thought of writing something afterwards. I didn't get the chance. The message remained unfinished. Marian carefully put the sheet back in the box, and for some reason she put the box back under the upholstery of the chair. Let it stay there for a while. She sat in the guest house for a while. There were no thoughts in her head, then rose and went to her bedroom. She had no strength left at all. The strength was gone somehow in an instant. Reading her late husband's message had been a stressful and revelatory experience for Marian. It still had to be digested somehow. But one thing the woman knew for sure, she needed to see this Tiffany and perhaps even somehow participate in the fate of the child who meant so much to her husband. Marian spoke directly to Michael, the man who appeared to know everything. He denied it, at first trying to feign incomprehension. He wasn't very good at it. Finally, the man confessed. Yeah, Kevin had a secret. I knew everything, even helped him sometimes. I didn't doubt it, Marian shook her head. Tell me everything. How long were they together? Why didn't he leave for the baby and that other woman? Because he loved you very much. That's strange to hear. Yes, it's a strange story there altogether, Marian. I honestly don't feel like talking about it. I feel like I'm breaking my word that Kevin gave me. Well, how am I supposed to do that? I need to know everything. I need to see this baby. You see, it's very important. Okay, I can give you Alice's address. You can find out for yourself. But no scandals, please. There's a baby in there, a girl. But you'll see for yourself. Michael had always been withdrawn and not particularly talkative. To get an address from him was already a great stroke of luck. The next day, Marian went to a village not far from the city. She was traveling on the same road where her husband had had an accident. So that's where he was headed after work. Now everything fell into place, and he was in a hurry for some reason. There it was, the village, neat little houses, private fenced and old two-story houses with balconies and antennas sticking out of the windows. Not a bad place. There were shops here, a big school, playgrounds for children here and there. It looked like a village, but the city was just a stone's throw away. There it is, the bus stop. Apparently, the bus runs often. Not many people gathered there. And here was the right house. Marian's heart raced as she approached the gate. Recently painted fence, and the vegetable garden clean and tidy. A children's pool near the porch, swings in the shade of apple trees. You could tell a child lived here. Kevin's child. Marian still couldn't get used to the idea of her husband leading a double life. The house itself didn't look new, but it was very well maintained, recently renovated. Marian pulled herself together and pressed the bell. A shimmering trill came from far away. It must have been very loud in the house. A moment later, a woman appeared on the porch, young, very pretty, thin, tall, big blue eyes, glowing skin. No wonder Kevin couldn't resist such a beauty. Seeing Marian, the woman looked surprised and a little wary. "Hello. What is your business?" she said in an emphatically official tone. It was understandable. Seeing a stranger at the gate, she was a little alarmed. "Yeah, it's about Kevin," Marian replied. The woman didn't understand. There was a look of obvious alarm on her face now. "Well, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything bad to you. It's just that I'm his wife, and I'd like to ask you some questions." The mistress of the house immediately hastened to open the wicket and let the intruder into the garden. "Come in," she said, letting Marian pass forward. "Come into the house. Of course, you must find out everything by all means." Marian watched with surprise the smile on Alice's face. It was as if the woman was glad to see her. "How good of you to find us. I wouldn't have done it myself, I just wouldn't have dared." Alice ushered Marian into the living room and sat her down on a soft sofa. The house was not luxuriously furnished, but the furniture was good, modern and stylish. On the walls hung pictures of a little girl, the same Tiffany, gray-eyed and smiling. In one of the pictures, the little girl was posing with Kevin in her arms. Both looked perfectly happy. Tiffany adored him, Alice pronounced, intercepting Marian's gaze, considered him her father. Marian glanced at Alice. "I found a message, a letter from my husband. He wrote it to himself, to ease his soul, because he couldn't share it with anyone. Kevin didn't think anyone would find it. I found it by accident. He writes that without him there would be no Tiffany, so he's her father." That's just wonderful that you found the letter. I would never have dared to bother you myself in my life, but I should very much like to tell you what a marvelous and noble man your husband was." Noble, Marion sceptically hummed, had a family on the side, a mistress. That's called nobility. Alice didn't look at all like the brash hunter of rich men that Marion had painted in her mind. She was a modest enough young woman, though very beautiful. Yet Marion could not help but dislike her, for she had once, after all, become her husband's mistress. And knowing Kevin, Marion was sure it was Alice who had initiated this. "Mistress?" Alice looked at her guest in surprise. "So you thought that we were with him?" "What could I have thought? In that letter, did he write that we were? You see, he couldn't have written that." "He didn't, but it was all read between the lines. Why would he help you and your daughter? Why rush to your house after work?" "Can you hear me?" Alice asked. "It's a long story, but you'll understand it all if you listen." Marion nodded her head in agreement. That was what she had come here for, to find out the truth. Alice had been born into a dysfunctional family. She didn't know her father, and she suspected that her mother didn't have much idea who her only daughter's father was. Alice's two older brothers grew up like weeds, wandering from morning till late at night around the village in search of food and entertainment. Her mother drank heavily, and the house, once solid and sturdy, was more like a brothel. The children had no beds, toys, or clothes of their own. They borrowed things from the neighborhood kids and never had enough to eat. As soon as Alice was old enough to move about on her own, she, like her brothers, and often in company with them, began to wander about the village. Some neighbors would give them bread, others would give them pies. Sometimes the boys stole food from the local shops. Alice realized later that the shopkeepers probably noticed this and simply gave the poor, hungry children a chance to eat a little. At home there was a constant stream of drunken people who fought, laughed, swore, and sang songs. The flow of guests never ran out. All the local alcoholics knew where the house was, where they could get drunk at any time of the day or night. Alice was afraid of these people. When she did come home late at night, she tried to sneak into the attic without anyone noticing. It was stuffy, dusty, dark, but it was in the attic that the girl felt relatively safe. She went to school a year later than she should have. The mother, of course, had no idea of her daughter's affairs. It was the teachers caught up, literally did everything themselves, and documents, and to the school year the girl as much as possible prepared. In general, the neighbors were sympathetic towards the little children who grew up on their own. They fed and clothed them. But they did not do the only important thing. They did not contribute to the deprivation of their mother's parental rights. Alice and her brothers would have been much better off in an orphanage. But apparently the villagers thought otherwise. They also defended the drunkard in front of the guardianship authorities, sincerely believing that they were helping to keep the children out of the orphanage. Alice, of course, did not like studying. She lagged behind her classmates, who had long been able to read and count. The girl, on the other hand, saw letters for the first time. Of course, no one studied with her at home, but she finished all 9 grades with difficulty, thanks to teachers who cared. They pulled her through, helped her. At home, the situation was getting worse. Her mother had lost her human face, and her mates suddenly started paying attention to Alice. By then, she was already a beautiful girl. It was scary and unpleasant. She slept on the street many times, just so that she would not be exposed to unnecessary danger. But that didn't keep the young girl out of trouble. After it happened to her, her mother offered her daughter a glass of vodka, and she agreed. And indeed, the soul was relieved. All the problems receded somewhere. It was fun and good. Both of Alice's brothers were already in prison for theft. They were both doing decent time. The older one had tuberculosis and was, in his own words, doomed. The mother drank. The house had become uninhabitable. No light, no heating. In general, life was gray and hopeless. Suddenly, it's such a relief. She'd never realized drinking could be so helpful. So Alice started drinking. And every time it was bad. The next day, vomiting, dizzy. But in the evening, she'd sit in the kitchen with her mother and her company, and the moonshine would flow. True, these libations required money, and the mother sent her daughter to the highway. "You're big now. It's time to earn money. Since you can't do anything else, there's only one way out. Why are you looking at me like that? I used to do that too. There's nothing wrong with it. It's honest. I don't want to talk about that period of my life. She lowered her eyes. But anyway, Kevin, your husband, he picked me up right on this track. Alice was literally dying then. At that point, she was alone in an unheated, crumbling house. Her mom was dead. She just didn't wake up after another binge. The body couldn't take it. Her brothers died in prison too, one after the other. Alice had no livelihood and no hope for the future. She didn't know how to live. And why should she? She continued to work on the track. Alice already knew she was expecting a child, an accidental pregnancy with one of the truckers. She didn't really care about that fact. She didn't expect to live much longer anyway. Drunken parties continued to gather in the house. She couldn't see their disgusting faces, but she couldn't kick them out. They were used to it after all these years. They felt like masters. Alice didn't drink anymore. Even a drink didn't help her to cope with the black sadness. She didn't want to live. The girl felt worthless, vile, not needed by the world. I decided that night that it was time to end it all. Alice confessed. I didn't. Waiting for the next big car for the first time, and then a car pulled up beside Alice. There was a man behind the wheel. His eyes were amazing, as if they radiated warmth. Handsome, trimmed, stylish, expensively dressed. Alice had never seen such a man among her clients, and yet she decided that was why he'd stopped in, to get a particular favor. I'm not working, she muttered to herself. Girl, what's wrong with you? I can see you need help. Tell me what's wrong, and so much genuine concern was in his voice. And what? Alice cried. Somehow unbidden, she told this man everything. Everything, starting with her childhood. As she narrated, horror, pity, anger alternated on the man's face, but he always looked at her with sympathy. He helped me. Pulled me out of the bottom. Alice smiled, called some people who kicked all that badness out of my house. No one ever came poking around again. Made repairs to the house, helped sort out the garden. I never thought our house could look the way it does now. Took me to the hospital. I had to stay in hospital to have all the checkups, which of course I had never had before. Surprisingly, my baby turned out to be healthy, and yet I wanted to get rid of it. Where would I put the baby? I couldn't even take care of myself at the time. Kevin talked me out of it, said it would be a mistake I might regret for the rest of my life. Kevin said he knew for sure. Then Tiffany was born. Kevin was always there for me. He helped me, provided everything I needed, and at the same time he arranged for me to study at the local technical school. I got a profession as a painter, which turned out to be very much in demand, as it turned out. I got out of maternity leave. Tiffany went to the garden, and I went to work. Everything was good, just great. Kevin visited Alice and Tiffany often. They became close, almost like relatives. Alice knew that Kevin had a wife, and that he loved her very much. So she kept all her budding romantic feelings for this amazing man to herself until the very end. But of course I loved him. Alice smiled, lowering her eyes. Only realized that his heart was occupied with you. So I kept quiet. Didn't want to complicate things. Tiffany, on the other hand, called Kevin Daddy, and there was nothing Alice could do about it. Kevin didn't mind either. He felt happy and needed to be with the baby. I know why Kevin didn't tell you about us, Alice said in a low voice. He explained it to me some time ago. It was his fault. But he thought so. That you gave up the happiness of becoming a mother, and then you had no children. He thought that hurt you. That he was spending so much time with someone else's child. He basically saved Tiffany. Without him, she wouldn't have existed. My beautiful girl. He saved her. And me, I guess. He thought he'd done something about that situation. But when did you give up the baby? Marion shook her head. She understood. Everything was falling into place now. Yes, Kevin blamed himself for the rest of his life for what happened. Tiffany, she kind of became his redemption. Yeah, he was the kind of man who couldn't get past someone else's misfortune. And then there's this story. Kevin never had a mistress. Although he did lead a double life. The husband was just afraid of hurting her feelings. He remembered how hard it was for Marion not being able to be a mother. He was probably right about something, and it would be a shame if she had learnt then that her husband had dissuaded a girl in a difficult situation from aborting a pregnancy, when he himself had tacitly agreed many years before to have the same procedure performed on his wife. At that moment, a girl with beautiful gray eyes entered the room. Marian couldn't hold back a smile as she looked at this miracle in pink pajamas. "Here's Tiffany," Alice introduced her daughter. The little girl looked at her guest with all eyes. "Hello, who are you?" she asked. "I'm a distant relative of yours," Marian smiled at the girl. "Here to meet you." "That's great. Otherwise, Mum doesn't play with me." Tiffany looked at her mother reproachfully. "Will you two be together now? Mummy doesn't play with you herself." "Do you know why?" Alice said with deliberate severity. "You're going to school in a month, and you don't even know the letters. All the kids there know how to read by now. You'll be the worst student ever." "Can't you read?" Marian turned to the little girl. "I can't, and I don't want to. You can listen to fairy tales on your phone. Where's the shop? I already know why I need all this trouble. I've been struggling with her, and it's no use." Alice sighed. "I can't seem to get the knowledge into that charming little head of hers. She's a clever girl, though, in everything that doesn't involve reading." "Can I try?" Alice looked questioningly at her guest. "Well, teach her to read. I am, a primary school teacher by training just the same. Only I've never worked in my specialty, though I've always wanted to." "And you? That would be marvelous, but inconvenient. I don't want to put you to any trouble." "It would be my pleasure," Marian replied with perfect sincerity. She looked at the little girl with adoration and understood why her husband was so fond of Tiffany. She was an adorable child and no stranger to her. Marian, and Alice was no stranger to the girl. Kevin had made such an impact on their destiny. Surely he would want someone to continue to care for them. That someone could very well be Marian, if Alice would allow it. "Thank you. Kevin said you were a wonderful person. I'm so glad to have met you. I've been very lonely since he left. I don't have anyone. I'd love for us to hang out, to be friends. Then I'll come to see you tomorrow, about 10. Marian nodded her head. "I'll buy a primer, a set of magnetic letters, whatever is required, and we'll start studying with Tiffany." "Study?" the girl asked glumly. "No, to play a special and interesting game. You'll see it'll be fun." Tiffany ran up to her guest and hugged her tightly round the waist. "I'll be very, very much looking forward to seeing you. Now come on, I'll show you the doll's house. You know who made it for me. Himself, with his own hands." "I think I can guess," smiled Marian. She felt warm in her heart. Miranda's personal life, despite her beauty and charm, left much to be desired. Miranda's personal life, despite her beauty, charm, and intelligence, left much to be desired. Miranda dreamed of a beautiful and passionate romance with the obligatory logical conclusion in the form of a marriage ceremony somewhere in Bali. But so far, she had only tried to catch the bride's bouquet at her friends' weddings. And she was a real beauty. Miranda was slender, flexible, thanks to gymnastics, ballroom dancing school, and a recent interest in horseback riding. Her face was not just beautiful, but interesting. Large green eyes framed by gorgeous, piquantly curved eyelashes, seductively plump and well-defined lips and touching dimples on her chin. Long, golden blonde, heavy silk hair of the girl was the envy of more than one friend. Miranda's mind was not offended by God either, and it was not only in the diploma of art criticism and knowledge of 2 languages, English and French. She had a lot to talk about, and her wonderful sense of humor was always appreciated. She worked in the editorial office of the famous art magazine Harmony and, accordingly, was financially independent. But for some reason, the relationship with guys persistently did not add up. And guys, except for Walter's first school love, there were some fake. One turned out to be an Alfonso, another was too gentle with hot drinks. The 4th suitor, Thomas, worked for a respectable food company and was self-supporting. He drank only on holidays. "When I get married," Thomas said, "I'm going to get married in church with my wife. No neighborhood registry office. If we're going to be married, it's only in front of God." Well, that sounded promising. Thomas even introduced Miranda to his mom, Elizabeth. That's when she realized she was looking at a classic mama's boy. Miranda never gave up hope of rehabilitating him. Alas, mama's boy is a lifelong diagnosis. Elizabeth could feel it in her bones when she and Thomas were alone together, and that restless woman would call her son. And when Miranda delicately hinted to her boyfriend that the phone could be set to silent, he flinched. What if Mum calls? And that said it all. Miranda's patience broke, and she regretfully pointed at the door to the mama's boy, and then fell into a deep depression. The girl began to nourish her condition with her favorite cakes. The consequences of such a bright protest against the injustice of fate immediately reflected on Miranda's waist. However, it turned out to be not so bad. The incentive to lose weight has always been one of the most powerful for the girl, and the intense training in the gym itself distracted from sad thoughts. And then Irene's classmate invited her to a wedding, and it was back to square one depression, only this time without the cakes. Miranda felt that she was beginning to quietly hate weddings, and one day she decided that she would never go again. A couple of weeks later, her cousin Margaret's boyfriend proposed. Are they kidding me? Miranda thought with annoyance. Margaret's wedding was in a month, so decided burned out after a holiday with her lover in Thailand. Margaret, who by the way was younger than Miranda by 3 years, said, "And by the way, there will be some very interesting and wealthy men there." Miranda sighed heavily. "Miranda, what are you doing?" Margaret knelt down in front of her cousin and looked into her eyes. "There will be a holiday on your street too. The main thing is to believe in it." "I've given up believing," Miranda said skeptically. "I guess I was born under an unlucky star." "No, you weren't," the cousin said firmly. "You just haven't found your soulmate yet. You and your soulmate haven't met each other yet?" "Oh, don't tell me about soulmates," Miranda said. "You're wrong about that. By the way, the concept of soulmates dates back to ancient Greece." The girl sighed again. It's easy to talk about some concepts when you have everything perfect in your personal life, and your future spouse is a dream of any sensible woman. Alex was a handsome, tall guy with an athletic build. He had his own company selling digital equipment, a flat in the city center, and, it seems, a nice summer house. But most importantly, Alex was reverent towards his beloved. In cold weather, he called his beloved and asked if she was warmly dressed. And the friend is a classmate of Natalie, Natalie Smith. Her then still future husband Andrew was not rich, but they together earned a flat and a nice car. They had 2 children, whom they adored with all their souls. Recently, Miranda and Natalie have not been in contact very often. No wonder, because her friend now had a family, her own worries, and what the hell new friends. As married as Natalie, it was no secret that unmarried ladies were reluctant to be invited to gatherings where everyone was in pairs. "We're afraid you'll be bored with us." Miranda remembered this when she accidentally learnt that her friend was going on a picnic, and Miranda didn't really want to go. Why? To feel like a complete fool? A loser? No thanks. Still, Miranda felt resentful. It was obvious why she hadn't been invited, so by all means, she needed to find her soulmate. "What am I saying?" Margaret rejoiced. "What if this wedding turns out to be fateful for you? Well, you're a pretty slim, interesting girl and not stupid. What do blokes look at?" Irene continued to ponder. "Apparently the saying, 'don't be born beautiful' is just about me," she grinned wryly. "Yes, and not all men like smart women. I'd even say only a few. And I say believe in the best," Irene insisted. A cousin's wedding was celebrated in an old mansion outside the city. The courtyard was decorated with intricate garlands of balloons and vases with outlandish flowers. The tables for the wedding banquet were set on the first floor. "It would be better outside in the summer," Miranda remarked. "Though of course that's none of my business." "We did want to celebrate outside," Irene said, as if guessing her thoughts. But his mother insisted on the first floor. What was wrong with eating outdoors? Miranda asked, puzzled. "Mrs. Camilla thinks it's for plebes," Irene giggled. "Oh, sister," Miranda thought with a chuckle. It suddenly occurred to her that there were advantages to being alone, like not having a mother-in-law. But as soon as Miranda looked around and saw that all the girls her age had boyfriends, She remembered Margaret's words. "Chin up, sister," she smiled encouragingly. "You're looking in the wrong place. That bloke standing by the pillar, he's got his eye on you. He's good, by the way." "What guy?" Miranda asked incredulously and bit her tongue. The guy at the column was really looking at her, and there was interest in his gaze. Perhaps he was not just good-looking, but handsome. "What do you mean?" Margaret winked. "Come on, don't get lost. In 6 months we'll be at your wedding. Oh, what a beautiful couple we could make." "Why 6 months from now?" Miranda asked. "I'm just saying," Margaret said. "Well, God bless you. And remember, you're a hell of an attractive girl." "What's the use?" Miranda thought pessimistically, but walked round and put on her most charming smile. "Hi," said the guy, looking at Miranda with velvet eyes. Judging by his appearance, he was of Greek ancestry. "Hi," she said. "You have an amazing figure," complimented the handsome stranger. "Thank you," the girl smiled. "What is the name of the beautiful nymph?" "Miranda." "And I'm Stephen," said the boy, and kissed her hand without ceremony. He must be a Greek, and perhaps a pure-blooded one, Miranda thought. "Are you related to the bride or groom?" Stephen asked. "I am a cousin of the bride." "Oh, is everyone in your family so charming? Or is it just you and your sister?" He smiled again, showing his perfect teeth. "See that lady in the lilac dress? That's my mum," said Stephen. "Come on, more like an older sister." "Well, I'm a good friend of Alex's, Miranda. I'd be honored if you'd sit close to me at the wedding table." "What impeccable manners he has," the girl marveled. "Indeed aristocratic." "With pleasure," she replied. At the wedding table, Stephen wooed Miranda with an exquisite manner that struck her to the heart. "This champagne is a masterpiece," he said, savoring the drink. "I've tasted all kinds, but this is a lifelong love. Do you like Dom Perignon?" Frankly, Miranda preferred red wine. But for a handsome man like him, she'd love a little bit of booze. "I love it," she exhaled. "So let's have a drink on a Brudenschaft and finally switch to you," Stephen exclaimed. The girl enthusiastically accepted the offer. After fraternizing, she met Margaret's eyes. The latter raised her thumb and winked. After a couple of hours, the meal ceased to be rank. The guests were dancing, laughing, fooling around, and having pleasant conversations. Every now and then, bitter was heard. "Shall we dance?" Stephen suggested. "I'd love to," Miranda replied sincerely. After a heartfelt composition, the gentleman bowed and said, "Miranda, I have a great idea." "You do," she smiled. "And what is it?" "Let's have a drink and a snack from this sumptuous table. Let's get out of here. Take a walk, talk." Miranda hesitated. Stephen was, without a doubt, trustworthy. A guy like Alex simply couldn't have unworthy friends. But wouldn't he find Miranda frivolous? It's like a minefield, one wrong move and it's all gone. "Is something wrong?" Stephen asked worriedly. Miranda didn't know what to say. I wasn't, she decided. After all, it was a holiday, and trying to shout over the music was a thankless task. Stephen wasn't asking her to bed, he was asking her for a walk. If he's a decent man, he won't allow himself anything too much. If he does, well, I'll turn him down. And that's that. "It's all right," Miranda smiled. "And I'd love to take you up on your offer," Miranda said. "To tell you the truth, I don't like noisy gatherings." "It's the same story," Stephen exclaimed. Miranda thought she had found a soulmate. Stephen took from the table a bottle of Dom Perignon, 2 large bunches of grapes, a couple of peaches and, under the approving glances of the strict representatives of the older generation, went to the exit, where Miranda was waiting for him. "It seems that I have hopelessly compromised myself," Stephen said with a smile. And the young people, laughing, went out of the gates of the mansion. They reached the square, sat down on a bench, and spread the trophy fruit on a handkerchief that had been in Miranda's purse. "Old age is no fun," said Stephen, laughing as he served the champagne. I didn't think of glasses, he laughed. Miranda smiled too. Soon they were laughing until they were in tears. How are we going to get out of this? Miranda asked, laughing. Well, I'm not going back to the table, Stephen grinned. The respectable matrons wouldn't survive that. No, she said, smiling. So the only way out is to drink from the throat. Unless, of course, you're not squeamish. Is he laughing? Miranda marveled. How could anyone be squeamish about such a nice young man? Not at all, she replied, and Stephen solemnly handed her the bottle with the words "first sip" to the lady. You are very kind, Miranda replied, took a sip and handed the bottle to Stephen. Now it's your turn. Miranda, do you like art? I'm an art historian by training. But education is one thing, but love of art is another, he said. The girl nodded. And in general, yes, I love. Since 7th grade, I've been partial to landscapes. I like Shishkin, Levitan, Ayvazovsky. His paintings are especially mesmerizing, especially the Ninth Shaft and the Black Sea. The emotions are just off the scale. Yes, strongly agreed Stephen. I recently went to an exhibition and saw modern paintings in the style of Ayvazovsky. You know, it's just as good, maybe even better. I don't think there can be any worse or better, Miranda said. Everyone has their own style, so the paintings are incomparable. Also true. What do you think of the avant-garde? To be honest, I don't understand it, she admitted, unless Salvador Dali's miniatures make an impression. In general, I prefer simple and understandable painting, Miranda found out, smiling, hoping to end this intellectual conversation. Do you like things that are simple? Stephen asked. What's wrong with simple? Miranda shrugged. For me personally, the key point is that it's beautiful, if we're talking about pictures. Do you often go to art exhibitions? Stephen asked. And the girl mentally cursed because of these paintings. To tell the truth, she had been to a painting exhibition only once during her studies at the institute, and that too as part of the educational program. But what she would not do for a woman's happiness. So she answered. Not as often as I'd like, but it happens. On the 14th of the 14th, there is an exhibition of a young and very talented artist at the New Wave Gallery. I'd be glad if you'd keep me company. Miranda nearly choked on her champagne. Did he just offer her privacy to talk about artists? An inner voice snorted derisively. You were afraid the charming guy would infringe on your honor. Then you don't like talking about art, you see. Maybe he just didn't know where to begin. Oh, you, Miranda objected to the inner voice. What did I find out? I'll be sure to keep you company. She smiled at Stephen. The young people drank the champagne and returned to the grounds of the mansion. The party was in full swing. Miranda caught Irene's meaningful glance and smiled victoriously. She nodded and raised her fist. You're a great dancer, shouted Stephen as they danced the Latin dance with gusto. Can you do the sirtaki? And Stephen went up to the musicians, put something in the pocket of the main man, I suppose money. And in a few seconds the chords of the famous dance sounded. And a few seconds later, all the guests were dancing. Oof. Miranda laughed and exhaled after the dance, which had been incredibly rousing. I've never been to such a fun wedding. How many weddings have you been to? Stephen asked. Well, enough, she replied. Why not as a bride? I just haven't met anyone I'd like to marry, she admitted. Miranda said exaggeratedly lightheartedly. Stephen chuckled. I know you beauties. You're looking for a prince. When happiness is near, and when you realize it, someone else will have it. If only I knew where it was, this happiness, Miranda thought, but kept silent. Frankly speaking, the inference was even witty. After all, it had never occurred to the guy that a girl like Miranda could be unhappy in her private life. Well, let that be her little secret. But why do I have to choose a guy on a first-come, first-served basis? Miranda teased him, stepping into the role of a heartthrob. I want a prince. Do I look like a prince? Stephen smiled slyly. You do, she assured him, and then she was afraid that he might think Miranda was imposing on him. I'm flattered, he nodded. and her doubts were gone. Miranda could feel herself liking this sultry, handsome man. Besides, everyone she knew was watching them. It was like a savory spice or a sweet, warm wine that stirred the blood. Miranda was in a pleasant euphoria. She danced, laughed, joked, and drank Bruder shakes with people she hardly knew. "I hope you get lucky this time," Irene said with a wink. "I hope so, too," Miranda smiled. "The main thing is not to miss the bride's bouquet," her cousin told her. Miranda didn't realize how the bouquet ended up in her hands. She shifted her gaze from the laughing crowd to the bouquet, and then back to the bouquet, her eyes fluttering in confusion. "Miranda, don't let it get you down." Molly, Margaret's witness, shouted cheerfully. And the crowd broke into applause. Miranda suddenly felt funny. All she had done was catch the bride's bouquet, and the guests were clapping as if she had been proposed to in public. Why, that would be nice, Miranda thought, glanced at Stephen, and grinned at the bold thought. And then he came up to the girl and kissed her on the cheek. And then the young people held hands and bowed to the honored audience. The guests hooted with joy. "By the way, introductions at weddings are often successful," whispered Margaret, the happy bride. "So, sister, go ahead." "Loneliness is unpleasant, of course, but to be a bore is a diagnosis," Miranda said thoughtfully, sipping her espresso. "Well, sis, you're a tough act to follow." Irene shook her head. "You look like you need counseling." Miranda grinned. "You're not confused, are you? Is it really that bad?" As it happened, the cousins were best friends. Irene was friends with Molly, who'd been a witness at her and Alex's wedding, and Miranda with her classmate Veronica, but each of them would have been best friends with her cousin without hesitation. Miranda and Irene trusted each other with their deepest secrets. If anything out of the ordinary happened to one of the sisters, they would discuss the problem at length, and then they would feel much better. Now, on a Sunday afternoon in July, they were sitting on the spacious loggia of the flat where Irene lived with Alex, discussing Miranda's breakup with Stephen. The young man had been dating for a month, and Miranda was forced to sadly state no, not again. She'd heard of narcissistic men, but she'd never thought she'd meet one. And this acquaintance, which had begun so positively, was not so pleasant. And if the young man is a classic bore. A couple of days after Irene's wedding, Stephen proposed to Miranda to meet in a cafe, which sounded tempting. The girl spent an hour puzzling over what she should wear. The cafe where she was going to have lunch had nothing to do with luxury establishments, so Miranda decided on a gray and blue pantsuit, a white top and silver platform trainers. Elegant, democratic, and overall a great option for the cafe. What was Miranda's surprise when she saw Stephen dressed in a strict gray suit and tie? What's the big deal? After all, the girl thought, everyone dresses as they like. But apparently Stephen didn't think so. "You look great," he said. "I think your breasts are a little too exposed." Miranda already knew from Margaret that Stephen's father was descended from an ancient aristocratic family. Who knows what it's like in high society, Miranda thought, smiling and buttoned her jacket. No offense, he smiled back. "It's just that in our family we honor austerity and nobility. Besides, you're a very pretty girl and you don't need to show your breasts." "Yes, I guess you're right," she nodded, and remembered that the guy had been simpler at the wedding. However, a wedding and a wedding. "Not probably, but right," Stephen said admonishingly, and, apparently for the sake of convincing, raised his index finger upwards. "What are we ordering? The donuts here are amazing." "I'd like a heavy cream donut and a cup of espresso," Miranda said. "Do you eat flour?" he asked, as if he were talking about a dodgy drink, not coffee and donuts. "Well, why not?" The girl shrugged. "I don't see the point in denying myself my favorite food. And from time to time I like to treat my stomach to some tasty food. Just do it in moderation." "So a donut?" "A donut." Stephen nodded, showing that his companion should not eat donuts. For himself, he ordered a Caesar salad, a glass of tomato juice, and a glass of mineral water. "I prefer healthy food," he commented. Can you believe he spent the whole lunch talking about eating right and living a healthy lifestyle? Miranda exclaimed. "Oh yes, and he praised his suit and emphasized how it suited him. And diets, Margaret said incredulously. It's true, Miranda assured her. It's awesome, isn't it? Yeah, a few days later he and I went to a young artist's exhibition. All he could say was, I think the highlights are unnecessary, and I think a cooler tone is more appropriate. It's too divided and every time. Miranda, what do you think? So what? Margaret shrugged. You were at the exhibition after all. The man expressed his opinion, and by the way, he was interested in yours. I have nothing to object to that, Miranda said. But when that young aristocrat kept examining me in the restaurant, I wanted to decorate his handsome head with a plate of pasta. Besides, he was praising his outfit again. This time it was a red club jacket, black trousers, and a black shirt with white polka dots. What about it? Not bad, Miranda said. But if you don't emphasize it like a flirt, I think I'll go along with it. Margaret laughed. I've always wondered what a handsome couple they were. Neither of them survived, so my dear cousin, I am alone again. Miranda summed up sadly and pulled cigarettes out of her purse. You've started smoking? Margaret marveled. I will. Miranda sighed. What? You should. If I were you, I'd be on the prowl. It didn't work out with Stephen. I don't care about him. You know why things don't work out with you? Because you're not really looking for love. And cigarettes ruin your complexion. How's that for real? Miranda grinned wryly, standing in the central square with a sign saying, looking for a husband. It's very original, Margaret laughed, then added seriously, you see, Miranda, the fairy tale that love will find you on its own doesn't work anymore. Those who will find it are walking misunderstandings like your ex-cavaliers, and they will. But if you make an effort to find the right person. Margaret was meaningfully silent. How do you make the effort? Oh, you should be taught to get involved in everything. The answer is obvious if you want to meet a normal guy as soon as possible. Be more active dating in a club, a cafe on the seafront, or in a company. This sister is yesterday's day. You see what kind of specimens practice this kind of dating. Miranda thought for a moment. Margaret was obviously right. She had met Michael at the club. The next day, Michael invited Miranda to a restaurant, and when he asked for the bill, it turned out that he had forgotten his card. Michael didn't have any cash, so Miranda had to pay. Then the girl decided it was no big deal. It was a big deal. She paid for dinner. Michael would pay for it another time. But there was no next time. There was no repeat invitation to the restaurant. But the enterprisingly handsome man did ask her for a loan. Actually, I have my own business, Michael told Miranda, but it's just that all the money is in circulation. I don't have any money to spare, but I'll pay you back in a week. Okay, Miranda nodded. A week passed, then another. But she never saw any money, and when Miranda delicately hinted to the debtor boyfriend that she was not a millionaire, Michael began to refer to business problems. A chance encounter at the supermarket with a fellow student opened Miranda's eyes. Why aren't you going to class? The boy asked. Michael's eyes immediately went wide. Is your name already on the expulsion list? Do I know you? Michael asked, trying to sound calm. The boy was obviously not very bright, so he laughed. Michael, have you been smoking? Then, without waiting for an answer, cut him off. Once again, I don't know you. And dragging Miranda behind him, headed for the exit. The girl was disgusted. Michael, what was that? She asked. A man I'm not with, he replied. She pretended to believe him. When are you going to give me the money? Miranda, I don't even have any money right now. Michael was indignant. I insist Miranda didn't back down. Michael was embarrassed and admitted that he didn't have any business. I see, the girl said and walked away proudly. Of course, not because the guy turned out to be an ordinary student, and even a candidate for expulsion. There was hardly a person who liked to be deceived. And after a while, Miranda saw Michael with a well-dressed lady about 40 years old with a ponytail. The couple left the men's clothing boutique and drove away in a Mercedes of the latest model. It all makes sense, Miranda thought. She had been introduced to Marcus by her mate Gwen. Gwen thought that Marcus was recently divorced but had no children, so he was not in danger of alimony. Gwen was Marcus' cousin. What was the divorce about? Miranda asked. Well, Gwen hesitated. I did not interfere in their family life. Oh, what difference does it make? Well, he's not old with blonde hair. But who knows? Maybe you two are made for each other. Miranda found this argument quite reasonable, and the meeting took place the next day. After the viewing, Marcus invited her for a walk around the city, and the walk was more than enough. My wife should stay at home, he said sternly. Miranda had other plans for her life, so she saw no point in continuing the relationship. The girl quickly wrote a message to Margaret to call her urgently, and when her cousin promptly fulfilled her request, Miranda left, referring to family problems. And after a while, Miranda talked to their mutual acquaintance, Chloe. The latter told that Marcus beat his ex-wife, which, in fact, was the reason for the divorce. With the alcoholic Ashley, Miranda met at the birthday party of a classmate. She immediately noted his attractive appearance and pumped-up figure. Ashley also looked at Miranda with interest. Handsome. True, intercepting her gaze, the woman in her 50s smiled. That's my brother. And started singing dithyrambs to her brother. He's so smart, so kind, so handy. And then Ashley asked Miranda to dance. They got to talking, and the guy gave her the impression that he wasn't a stupid man. She thought to herself, why is such an interesting guy alone, but the same could be said of her, the beautiful smart girl. Ashley walked Miranda home at the end of the party and said, I think we could work something out. Really? She smiled embarrassedly. Well, why not? Ashley showed up drunk for their first date. I'm sorry, he said, noticing Miranda's puzzled look. I'd had a fight with my boss at work, and I'd been at a bar with some friends to relieve stress. It happens. But the next day, Ashley invited Miranda to a cafe and ordered a bottle of vodka. Would you like some wine? He asked. No, I'll have a mineral water, she shook her head. I'm driving. Do you have a car? Ashley perked up. What kind, if it's no secret? After he'd finished the national drink in record time, the beau began to laugh inappropriately, making flat jokes and clumsy compliments. Are you in a bad mood? He asked, noticing Miranda's frown. Yes, she mumbled. It's easy to fix. Ashley smiled broadly and insisted that she have a drink with him. No, Miranda said with a strained smile. I should probably head home. When she got home, she briefly blacklisted Ashley. Later, Miranda heard interesting things about herself, that such a handsome, hard-working guy had paid attention to her. And she didn't like the fact that he had a few drinks after work. And no one would marry her. What's to check? The source of such unflattering statements was Bridget, the same sister Ashley, who was at Miranda's birthday party at a classmate's house. By the way, the sister wasn't 50 years old, as she thought, but 30. Get it, Miranda thought sarcastically. Both brothers and sisters are not fools to drink. I bet the parents are, too. And finally, the aforementioned mama's boy, Stephen, whom Miranda had met at the cafe. So there was obvious truth in what the risks were saying. All right, then where do I meet him? She asked, puzzled. Presentations, city cultural events, exhibitions. Irene began to list, curling her fingers. At the mention of exhibitions, Miranda grimaced as if she had a toothache. What are you talking about? Her cousin laughed, having guessed her train of thought. Just for example. Well, go to a camping or holiday home. The main thing, knock on all the doors, and you will be happy. And what are we discussing here? Alex came back from work. Yes, we are organizing Mirandina's private life, my wife explained with a smile. I thought we'd be eating salads at her wedding soon. But alas and alack, Alex laughed. And Miranda realized that the attractive Greek had made more than one, and not two, attempts to arrange his personal life. Don't worry, you'll find a fiancé in Los Angeles that will make everyone jealous, Alex said. Well, thank you for your advice, dear Alex. Miranda thanked him and started to go home. I thought you were coming to dinner with us, said Irene. I've cooked such a meat. It's a tongue twister. No, thank you, Miranda said. I have to get the material ready for tomorrow. I see, she said. Well, go to work, you hard worker. The sisters went out into the hallway, and Irene whispered conspiratorially. I think I know what you want. What do I want? Miranda asked ironically. You want a holiday romance. How many times? The only thing I need is a holiday romance to make me happy, Miranda said ironically. I'm serious. Me too. Unfortunately, or fortunately, my job doesn't allow me to go to a resort, Miranda said. You have a holiday coming up. I've decided to use my holiday to start my own business. 6 months ago, she had realized that she didn't want to work for anyone else. By the way, she thought it would be a good idea to start her own art magazine. And a month ago, this idea became real, and Miranda began to work actively in this direction. She used social networks, talked to the right people, and placed an ad to buy photos, but so far to no avail. Well, is that normal? Miranda thought optimistically. Rome wasn't built in an instant either. In the morning, she received an email. It was the first offer of cooperation. A Norman, who introduced himself as an aspiring photographer, wrote that he would like to work with her. Miranda, without delay, replied and offered to provide work. Okay, I'll send the photos tonight, he replied. While she was at her sister's house, she received a new message from the photographer. There were pictures. I'll look at them at home, Miranda decided from her phone. It's hard to evaluate anyway. Pulling up to the house, the girl literally jumped out of the car. Burning with impatience, Miranda switched on the computer and opened the message. 8 photos, which seemed like a bomb to her, were sent as screenshots. And this is a budding photographer, Miranda marveled. Yes, this is a true professional. With photos like these, my magazine will outshine any competition. She texted Norman that she'd like to buy all the photos. Opening the window, Miranda lit a cigarette. I've got to stop doing this, she thought in passing. Miranda, are you home? She heard her mother's voice and hurried to put out her cigarette. Home, home, she replied, feeling like a delinquent schoolgirl. Marian entered her daughter's room, wrinkled her nose suspiciously, and sighed. Have you been smoking again? What's got into you? You were leading a healthy lifestyle. I don't smoke, Miranda said, embarrassed. That's where it all starts, said her mother. She wanted to reply, but the computer alerted her with a new message. Yay, Miranda shouted out of breath. Mum, he answered. Who answered? The groom? Marian asked. Did you meet someone on the internet? Well, you could say that, her daughter said excitedly. I got my first employee. I thought it was a fiancé, said Marian. She knew of her daughter's plans and thought it was crazy. Her daughter had an interesting, high-paying job. So why tempt fate? A fiancé was the way to go. Not just any fiancé, of course, but Miranda had nothing to please her mother. That's better than a fiancé, she said. Actually, she didn't mind a proper groom herself. But what can you do if you're not lucky in love? You'll be lucky in business. With enthusiasm, Miranda paraphrased a well-known phrase, and began to read the message. Norman was offering Miranda an advance payment, after which he would send her the original photographs. Well then, you wire me the rest of the money, he wrote. The terms of the deal seemed acceptable to Miranda. Expensive, of course, but the photos were worth it. And the girl wrote that she was satisfied with everything. A few seconds later, the invoice number appeared in front of her, and she paid for the order. A good half hour passed, but Miranda still hadn't received any photos. I'll wait, Miranda thought, and went into the kitchen. Her stomach had long ago demanded hot food, but being in euphoria, she didn't notice it. Mummy, what are we having for dinner? She asked cheerfully. Borscht, Marian replied. Super. Approvingly replied her daughter, and took out a plate from the cupboard. So, how did it go? Asked the mother, watching Miranda's flight with amusement. I'm waiting for the original photos. Smiled. I've transferred half of the money. Now I'm waiting for the photos. I'll transfer the other half, and then I'll do it. Wait. So you transferred the money? Can I say for nothing? Frowned practical Marion. Well, why not for nothing? Objected her daughter. For samples of the marked photographs. Her mother shook her head, and Miranda felt a slight pang of foreboding. It was purely symbolic. She didn't want to eat, though, and rushed to her room. No pictures had arrived, so Miranda decided to write to Norman's post office. But there was no more mail. The girl directly physically felt like she had been hit on the head with something heavy. My God, how could I have been so stupid, she thought with annoyance and cried with frustration. There was a quiet knock on the room. It's unlocked, Miranda answered. Miranda, may I come in? Marion asked cautiously as she came in. Yes, she sobbed. Oh, come on, her mother said fondly and stroked her head as she had done when she was a child. Miranda closed her eyes and felt like a defenseless little girl. She remembered how her mother had also stroked her head when she was sick and upset about her grades. How long ago that was. Miranda's father worked as a lifeguard and died in the line of duty. She was in 5th grade at the time. Mother and daughter had always had a good, trusting relationship, but after Sebastian's death, they had grown even closer. Probably both realized how fleeting life is. And the most frustrating thing is that it can end at any moment. And that's why you should appreciate and love those who are close to you. Beautiful Marion had a lot of admirers, but she never married. My sweet mummy, Miranda thought, looking lovingly at her mother. You could have made some good man happy, but you devoted your life to me. The sentimental thoughts made her nose pinch again. Miranda was also suddenly desperate for a world where there was no failure and no deceit. A childhood world where there was no room for men and cheaters. But alas, no time machine had been or would be invented. Sniffing her nose, she thought and said, all my hopes and dreams have crumbled. So dashed. Marion shook her head with a smile. Though she didn't approve of Miranda's magazine idea. At this moment, she wanted more than anything to cheer her daughter up. Anything to make her favorite girl stop crying. I've been lied to, used, and I've realized how vulnerable I am, Miranda said, calming down a little. It's like I'm attracting failure in everything I do. No proper man, no business. Oh, Miranda, you fool. Laughed softly at her mother. You know how many times you will be deceived and perhaps even used in this life. But you've had an experience, albeit a negative one. And you have realized not your vulnerability, but that there are many lies and deceit in life. But that shouldn't undermine your faith in people. There are good people out there, and God willing, you'll meet people who will work out for you. And you'll have a good man. Her mother's words had a calming effect. Miranda's soul seemed to be filled with a life-giving force, and what had happened no longer seemed like a tragedy. In fact, how many people fall victim to scammers every day? A lot, because no one is immune to it. There was no trace of disappointment left. Thank you, Mum, the girl smiled through her tears. What for? She was surprised. For being so understanding, Miranda said with feeling. Now that we've talked about it, it makes me feel much better. What else are mums for? Marion said jokingly. Always at your service. You're welcome. I'm even hungry again, she said with a laugh and lifted her mother up and hugged her. But that won't make it any merrier, said Marion, and they went back to the kitchen. Do you know what I think? Said her mother, deep in thought, as she put the soup on the stove. You need to get a good night's rest. Yes, I know you were planning to do a magazine during your holiday. But I still think you should take a break and start again. It's better to do new things with a fresh head. I'll think about it, Miranda nodded. There was an hour left before the end of the day. It seemed like an eternity to Miranda. She was tired, as it often happens on the eve of a holiday. Besides, she hadn't slept well, and now she was thinking longingly of a warm bath, a light supper, and a soft bed with the lilac-scented air conditioner on. Goodness, it was just a pity that all this could not be arranged right away. Yesterday, she and her mother had talked until midnight, and it had been great. If only it hadn't been so sleepy. Other than that, it had been a great evening. It's been a long time since we've been this candid, Miranda thought with a smile. And when she realized she had to get up early tomorrow, Marion said. Trite but true. The mornings are wiser. That's a great saying, by the way. I'm sure tomorrow you'll see things differently. And I was right. Funny, but it was on this rainy morning that she realized how true the saying was. Indeed, Miranda had gained experience. What's more, she had concluded that negative experiences, unlike positive ones, spur you on and keep you going, while positive ones often relax you. So I have only this Norman to thank, the girl thought with a smile. I will now be more conscious of my actions on social media and try to be more vigilant in dealing with unverified people. And the money the thing to gain. The mobile rang. The number was unfamiliar to Miranda, but thinking it might be an offer of cooperation, she answered. Miranda Morris? A pleasant male voice on the other end of the line politely inquired. Yes, that's me. The owner of the pleasant voice introduced himself as a bank employee and said, Your bank account has been compromised. I'm sorry, what do you mean compromised? Miranda was perplexed. But the young man, as if he hadn't heard her question, continued his clearly memorized speech. In order to protect your money, you need to provide your personal data and your online banking password. And then Miranda realized everything and laughed out loud, thinking merrily. I guess I'm a popular scammer. I'm sorry, did I say something funny? The bank employee asked. His voice suddenly became metallic and no longer sounded pleasant to Miranda. Do you realize that your bank account is in danger? I understand everything, she laughingly assured him and switched off. Strangely enough, Miranda's mood lifted a few points. She was damn pleased that she hadn't panicked, hadn't complied with the demands of the bank employee, and, as a consequence, hadn't fallen into the trap of the crooks again. There's money at stake, the girl thought gloatingly, and glancing at her watch, began to pack for home. On the way, Miranda thought that it would be good to have a rest, ideally on the sea. She didn't want to go abroad, but the south of Florida, for example, would be perfect. She suddenly remembered Illinois words about a holiday romance. Why could it really be, the thought remained unfinished. After dinner, Miranda called a classmate, Veronica, who worked at a travel agency. You're a lucky girl, Veronica said cheerfully, as usual. Now we have good discounts on vouchers to the south of Florida. Interesting, of course, interesting, Miranda said briskly. By the way, I was going there myself. I've had enough of Thailand and Egypt. I want something of my own, something native. Do you mind if I keep you company? Why should I mind? She asked. I don't know, Veronica snorted. Maybe you have plans of your own. I don't have any plans of my own, Miranda answered. And I'd be very happy to have you with me. That's great. I'll see you at the office tomorrow, said Veronica. What time is convenient for you? The travel agency was a 10-minute walk from the magazine's editorial office, so Miranda answered without hesitation. I can be there at 1 o'clock during my lunch break. Good, Veronica said approvingly. We'll have lunch together. Miranda found the prospect of lunch in the company of a cheerful Veronica tempting, as did the prospect of a holiday together. Veronica, like Miranda, was single. But, unlike Miranda, she wasn't upset about it. Fools. Veronica said carelessly when Miranda told her why she hadn't been invited to the picnic. Don't worry about it. You need friends who are not friends with you, but with your status. Typical American female psychology. If you're single, you're not worthy of their society. But you and I know who the real beauty and smarts are. Miranda loved talking to Veronica, so she looked forward to the next day. And when it came, she took advantage of her supervisor's absence to leave for lunch 20 minutes early. You're already here, Veronica said, surprised. Well, have a seat. I have some work to do, and you and I are going to the new cafe. The prices are ridiculous, but the food is so good, it's to die for. Miranda happily sank into the soft, comfortable chair and pulled out her mobile phone. There were 2 messages from potential partners, but this time she decided to study them later. Besides, it seemed that now they would come all the time, and Miranda would not be able to answer all of them. And anyway, let the whole world wait, she thought nonchalantly. I'll rest, regain my strength, and then I'll start doing things. Mum's right, you have to start something new with a fresh head. Come on. Let's have lunch, Veronica said with a smile. The cafe pleased not only with its prices and tasty food, but also with its interior. It was homely and cozy. The tables were covered with stylish embroidered tablecloths with flirty fringe. The seats on the chairs were soft, the backs high and carved. Porcelain teapots stood on the tables. The windows were decorated with smart curtains and filled with flowering plants. How nice it is here, Miranda exclaimed. I don't even want to leave. Yes, that's what I thought the first time I came here, Veronica said with a smile. I often come here after work when I'm too lazy to cook. Miranda ordered mashed potatoes and a Kiev-style cutlet. Both melted in her mouth. Veronica preferred spaghetti with chicken leg with sauce. The dish looked incredibly appetizing, and Miranda decided that she would try it all. What's new? Veronica asked. Are you seeing anyone? Let's just say I've tried, Miranda grinned. What went wrong? Everything, she answered with a sigh and told Veronica about her long affair with the Greek beauty. Yes, a hard case, Veronica hummed. But it's all right, you'll have a holiday romance. You'll gain new impressions, forget old offenses. My sister says I need a holiday romance, Miranda said thoughtfully. She's right, she said, nodding. A holiday romance boosts your self-esteem. And if you're starting a new business, you need confidence. Do you have experience? Miranda asked. Of course I do. I am an experienced girl in this matter, and I can tell you that this is a 100% effective means of raising self-esteem. You could write a book. That's right, Miranda laughed. Tips for insecure ladies from Veronica's coach. Oh no, Veronica grumbled. I hate my last name, so I rarely use it. And that's probably the only disadvantage of my bachelor life. Do I look like jam? No, of course not. If you ever write a book, it'll be under a pseudonym. Like Veronica Johnson's Insecure Lady Tips, I think that sounds much better. Why Johnson's? Miranda wondered. Because it's my mother's maiden name. And I like it much better, Veronica said with a grin. It was so nice and easy to be in Veronica's company, but unfortunately the lunch break was only an hour long. Besides, Miranda had a trip to organize. Hey, how about Friday night? Veronica suggested, as if she'd guessed Miranda's thoughts. Let's rehearse our trip down south. Why not? Friday night, Veronica turned up at Miranda's in a dress that was more revealing than revealing. Wow. Bold, marvelous, Miranda said. What Veronica said with a laugh, clearly pleased with the effect. A little black dress. It's not small, it's microscopic, laughed Miranda. Miranda, envy me silently. Thank God my figure allows me. Yours too, by the way. So this is our outfit for today, Veronica winked. I remember you had some kind of silver dress, and I think it's appropriate. Appropriate for what? Miranda asked, realizing that this wasn't going to be a one-night stand. The dress code of the nightclub next door, Veronica said. Miranda remembered her acquaintance with Alphonse Michael and wrinkled her nose at the mention of the club. What is it? She asked her friend. Nothing. It's nothing, Miranda waved her hand. Well, put on that silver dress. We're going to the club, Veronica said, taking bottles of wine and fruit out of the bag. Frankly, Miranda had no idea where she'd put the silver dress she'd worn on New Year's Eve. She didn't really feel like going to the club, but she knew her friend would never let her go. If Veronica had something on her mind, she wouldn't rest until she got what she wanted. I think I put it in the mezzanine, Miranda remembered. The dress was indeed there, and she put it on. What can I say? With a figure like hers, she could afford a lot of things. The dress emphasized her slimness perfectly, the spectacular shade harmonizing with her blonde hair and golden tan. Actually, the dress came with a fur cape, but in summer it was, to put it mildly, inappropriate. Miranda had a silver white satin bolero in her wardrobe that matched the dress, but she suspected Veronica would take it away. Oh well. especially since the dress fit perfectly and was Miranda's favorite. Let the men see and bite their elbows that they didn't get such a beautiful woman, Miranda thought to herself suddenly. I'm knocked out, Veronica exclaimed when she saw her. Where do men look? Let's not talk about sad things, Miranda said firmly and went to get glasses. The outing to the nightclub went well. The girls were a resounding success. They saw the disgruntled looks of the young girls, who must have barely reached adulthood, but they just shrugged their shoulders with a smile. Yes, imagine there are such irresistible ladies walking around town, but they know their value. You could see it in the looks on both of their faces. They danced till morning and then called a taxi. Girls, can I come with you? Shouted one of the guys passing by. Some other time, darling, Veronica replied with a deliberate Russian accent, and her friends laughed loudly. We didn't go to the club for nothing, Miranda thought as she fell asleep. I didn't want to, silly me. The rehearsal was a success. Why not have a holiday romance? It's only one life, so we must try everything. With this thought, she fell asleep. A week later, the friends went on holiday. They rented a small tidy house in a picturesque private sector not far from the beach. The house had 2 rooms and a fairly spacious kitchen. The well-maintained garden with pergolas also pleased them. The apples had a mind-blowing aroma, and the gooseberries, plums and grapes were so large that the friends had a suspicion that they were in a garden of paradise. The first few days were monotonous for Miranda: breakfast, beach, afternoon rest, evening promenade along the seafront. During the whole day, she communicated mainly with waiters in cafes or ice cream sellers, saying a few dozen words. And, strangely enough, she enjoyed it. The thought of a holiday romance, though it stirred her imagination, came and went. From time to time, Miranda caught herself thinking that the idea made her uncomfortable. The euphoria she had felt after the nightclub was gone the next morning, and now there was no trace of it. If Miranda were asked to describe her state of mind, she would not hesitate to say, I'm both hungry and thirsty. Veronica, on the other hand, wasted no time. The next day of their stay at the resort, she got up at dawn and went to the market to buy vegetables, and met some searing brunette named Nick. For 3 days, Veronica went out with him. Miranda decided to refrain from dating members of the opposite sex for the time being. Why wait? Veronica asked in surprise when her friend said that. I have to make up my mind, Miranda said with an embarrassed smile. I can't do it all at once. Well, do you know? Veronica waved her hand and started to paint her lips. Look for yourself, mate. But you've got a lot to lose. Miranda somehow didn't feel that way. Not yet, anyway. Walking around the city appealed to her more than having an affair with a hypothetical stranger. Veronica left, and Miranda looked out the window that overlooked the beach. There were mums with children and couples frolicking about. Where I left, I came back, she thought sadly, and envied Veronica. That's who certainly did not depress the position of a lady without a beau. There are so many interesting men in the world that it is a sin to waste your best years on one new creature, said Veronica, when she had hardly closed the door. So I intend to have all the fun I can. After seeing her friend off, Miranda decided to take a dip in the sea. After the beach, she ate a plate of fruit and decided to take a nap. But she remembered that the door was unlocked. When Miranda stepped out onto the porch, she froze as if hypnotized. On the bench was a gorgeous bouquet of obviously freshly cut white roses. The flowers emanated a heady fragrance that evoked romantic thoughts. Miranda took the flowers and suddenly noticed the card, which was beautifully inscribed with a gel pen. You are lovely. You are the most beautiful and desirable of women. Wow, she thought. Yes, Veronica is a hot commodity. Miranda was suddenly annoyed. Why have I really been wandering around the city, she thought, and said to herself. Can't make up your mind, you say? Make up your mind. Having made up her mind a couple of days before the end of the trip, she went into the house, found a vase, and put roses in it. She stared at the flowers, indulging in her thoughts, and didn't notice how she fell asleep. Wake up. She heard her friend's voice right above her ear. Oh my God, I fell asleep. Miranda jumped up and down on the bed. All right, darling, Veronica said flatly. From now on, you're not sitting alone. Tonight we're going out to a restaurant. Nick has a good-looking friend who's dying to meet a pretty girl like you. See how sensitive I am. I found a date for you." "What kind of a beau?" Miranda asked. "I'm telling you," handsome laughed Veronica. "That's an exhaustive description." "Well, my dear, you'll see for yourself." And Veronica's gaze fell on the roses. "So," said her friend meaningly. "And I see you didn't waste any time either. Tell me, who is he?" "Just so I know. And then I think that these flowers were brought to you." "But not a fact, Veronica said with an intriguing smile. "Well, you're the one who's driving men crazy here." "And who told you that no one pays attention to you?" Veronica snorted. "Just because you walk around the city alone doesn't mean men don't have eyes." Miranda fell silent. "Is it really for me?" she thought excitedly, and her soul was filled with anticipation, not of trouble, but of something very, very pleasant. "So much for believing in yourself," said Veronica with a wink. "But you will indulge your dreams about the mysterious stranger later. Now let's go and choose an outfit for the restaurant." Miranda danced towards the wardrobe. She wanted to look special, and she had decided to work on it thoroughly, and the result was worth it. Miranda chose a bright turquoise silk floor-length dress with an open back. The dress fitted her perfect figure beautifully, and its bouffant bottom swayed spectacularly as she walked. After a moment's thought, Miranda put on a silver chain with an emerald pendant. "Now for the hair," she said. Miranda twisted her luxurious hair into curlers and put it up in a high updo with bobby pins and rhinestones. She didn't bother with makeup. In such a heat, she had enough transparent lip gloss and some sequins. "You're on," prima donna Miranda cheered and walked like a model to her friend's room. "What's up?" she asked. "Wow." Veronica exhaled and fell on the bed. "I'm smitten. You make me feel like a milkmaid from some distant state." A milkmaid, Miranda laughed as she looked at her friend's fiery red, tight-fitting dress. The brightly colored outfit set off Veronica's dark hair and didn't hide her long, slender legs. "Come on, you're beautiful." When the friends entered the restaurant, dozens of evaluating male gazes were directed towards the entrance. There were many beauties of different ages in the room, but Miranda and Veronica stood out and attracted attention. They walked proudly to the table where Nick and his maid Ashley were waiting for them. He was really good-looking, tall, pumped-up, short-cropped blonde. To her amazement, however, Miranda felt something like disappointment. Probably, such a handsome man, who, judging by his suit and expensive watches, was not poor, would be a wonderful option for a holiday romance. But Miranda was not attracted to him. That's all. She didn't want to have an affair with him, and she couldn't help it. Miranda remembered the roses on the porch and tried to imagine who might have left them. "What are you, dear? Completely cuckoo." Could it be some kind of maniac before she could finish her thought? "Miranda will condescend to us sinners," said Veronica, laughing. "Huh?" she asked, confused. "Ashley wants to know what you're doing," she said. "I'm sorry," Miranda said, embarrassed. "I was just wondering," Miranda said. "What is the beautiful Miranda doing?" Ashley asked with a smile. "I work at a magazine," she replied. "How do you like it?" "I love it." She nodded with a dazzling smile. "Miranda's planning to start her own magazine," Veronica chimed in. "Really?" Ashley smiled his Hollywood smile even wider. "Good one. What can I say?" But he didn't seem to be the hero of her novel again. "What are you getting at, Miranda?" "It's not like you're marrying him. Just a light, non-committal romance," she urged herself. But the more she persuaded herself, the more she rejected the idea of a holiday romance. Who invented them in the first place? Really, Miranda confirmed, and decided she wasn't going to get her hopes up for the blonde macho man. "You know, guys, I'm getting a headache. I should probably go." "I'll walk you out," Ashley said eagerly. "No, that's okay," she said. "It's just around the corner. Have a good night." Ashley had a look on her face that said, "Are you kidding me?" But Miranda didn't care. She was now 1000% sure that she didn't want any resort romance, and let Veronica talk all she wanted about how it was good for her health and self-esteem. Miranda wouldn't do anything she didn't want to do. She was far from judging her friend. Let her live her life the way she liked. Miranda just wanted to love and be loved. Wow, she heard behind her as she moved a respectful distance away from the restaurant. Such a beautiful girl and all alone in her thoughts. Miranda just brushed it off carelessly. She didn't notice how close she was to the house. In the silence, she could hear the sea splashing. The sound was mesmerizing, soothing. Miranda stepped up onto the porch and almost shrieked. There were roses on the bench again, this time cream with red flecks. When she looked closely, she noticed that the stems were twisted with an intricately woven gold chain with a pendant of small diamonds. There was the card again. "This jewelry reminds me of your unrealistically beautiful hair," Mr. X wrote. "Accept it. It will be my pleasure." Winston Black, the card read. If Miranda had had any doubts about who the flowers were addressed to, there was now no trace of them. Veronica had dark hair, which meant the flowers weren't meant for her. Miranda entered the house and turned on the light and examined the jewelry, white gold and diamonds. She knew how to recognize real diamonds. The combination wasn't cheap, so her secret admirer was rich. It turns out, so she thought, his name is Winston Black. Well, that's something. Miranda switched on her laptop, logged into the social networking site, and gasped. Winston Black was among the page's guests. "So that's who you are," she muttered, scrutinizing the handsome, intelligent face. Winston's page wasn't closed, and Miranda enthusiastically began looking at the pictures. If the information he'd given about himself was to be believed, Winston was 30 years old, 5 years older than she was. Occupation was businessman. Well, who'd doubt it, Miranda thought ironically. And judging by the jewelry, quite a successful one. I wonder what kind of business he's in. Isn't it drugs? No, we don't want that sort of thing. Winston didn't look like a drug lord, though. Of course, she was not acquainted with the drug lord, but she had no doubt that the drug lord looked very different. There were few photos, but enough to draw conclusions about the man. A couple of photos in the office, one on holiday in Montenegro, another in the yard of the house. Winston was sitting in a hammock, and near his feet sat a cute golden retriever. The man affectionately stroked the withers of his four-legged pet and smiled into the frame. He loves animals, Miranda stated, and that characterizes him as a good, kind man. And here is a photo on the beach. Winston, although not a jock, was not badly built. He probably went to the gym every now and then, the swimming pool. I mean, he did everything he could to keep himself in shape. Suddenly a message came through, and Miranda, trembling with excitement, opened it immediately. "There you are, my enchanting lady," she read. "Shouldn't we get to know each other better?" Miranda wondered, did she want to meet him in person? Yes, the girl decided. She could literally feel it in her skin it would be okay. Why not, she wrote, and completed her reply with a flashing emoji. "That's great," Winston replied. "Time. I'll text the address tomorrow." Miranda switched off the laptop and lay in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. All the girl's thoughts were on the mysterious Winston. She suddenly imagined them kissing, and the thought made her shiver. "I wonder how he figured me out," thought the girl, and fell soundly asleep. "What time did you get back?" Miranda asked when Veronica entered her room. She was wearing a short, semi-transparent dressing gown and house shoes with small heels, decorated with fur tips. How sexy Veronica is after all, Miranda thought. Of course, she was no worse for wear herself, but unlike her friend, she didn't know how to wear such things. "I guess I should learn," she decided. "I don't know," Veronica replied. "What's got into you?" "What's got into me?" Miranda shrugged her shoulders. "But I didn't like Andrew." "What's wrong?" "I don't know what's wrong with you," she said thoughtfully. "Then you dream of a beautiful romance. Then you shy away from a handsome, wealthy man. And if not?" Miranda smiled enigmatically. "I don't get it." Veronica pretended to be perplexed. "Did you pick up someone on the way?" "Miranda, tell me." but she wanted to intrigue her friend a little. Something like that, Miranda replied. Miranda, what? She asked innocently. You know I don't like to beat around the bush. I know. Miranda nodded and pointed to the new flowers. Veronica sat down on the bed. Tell me. Miranda, you're crazy, Veronica said after listening to her friend's story. A rich, handsome man liked you, but you backed out. And then you saw the flowers, the message, the jewelry, and you swam, said Veronica. Yeah, Ashley would have showered you with jewelry. What does jewelry have to do with it? Miranda sighed. What does it have to do with what? I don't know, she admitted. But something tells me this is it. You mean love? Maybe. I don't understand you, Miranda. Veronica shook her head. What kind of love could there be? What if it's a fake? Are the flowers and the necklace fake too? Miranda said reasonably. I'm not talking about the flowers and the necklace, but about the person who presented them. Are you sure he's an honest businessman? I'm not sure of anything, she sighed, winking at her friend. But it can be checked, can it? A gamble, Veronica smiled. You could say that. Miranda agreed. And she realized that now her friend would support her. Veronica loved adventures, so she'd be understanding and she'd stop moaning about fakes and Ashley's rejection. It was a good bet. You know, there's something to that, she said, smiling. But I still think you should be careful. You don't know the man, and you don't know what he might be up to. Yes, but how to do it? It's elementary, exclaimed Veronica. He'll send you the address, and if anything goes wrong, you'll send me a distress signal in Messenger. The word SOS Oregon, an exclamation mark. And then Nick and I will come to your rescue as a rescue team. The girls laughed. After lunch, Winston sent his coordinates. I think it's at the end of the next street, said Miranda, who had been all over the neighborhood. Yes, it's right there. Wait, Veronica's eyes widened. So that's next door to Mrs. Camila. It was the woman who rented the house to them. The friends looked at each other and exclaimed. So that's what it is, isn't it? They fell silent. So Mrs. Camila was kind enough to give her neighbor your details, Veronica nodded, regaining her speech. It does. But Mrs. Camila seems like a decent woman, and I don't think she would give her neighbor's number to a scoundrel, Veronica reasoned, and added cheerfully as if you hadn't been skeptical about your friend's idea of meeting Winston 20 minutes ago. So Miranda, shall we prepare you for a date with a mysterious stranger? Where do we start? Veronica asked in a businesslike tone. First, we'll go to the sea, Miranda answered in the same businesslike tone. Freshen up. The beach was a 10-minute walk away, which had a big impact on the rent of the house, but they thought it would be better to pay more, but in the end they would get everything they needed. The sight of dazzling blue seawater always calmed Miranda and made her feel positive, which was especially important on such a day. She could feel the rapturous stares of the men, and the thought crept into her head that perhaps Winston was among them, secretly watching her. The thought seemed exciting to Miranda, and she decided to show herself in all her glory. Freeing herself from her dress, she strode gracefully to the water and plunged into the tantalizing blue. Swimming 20 meters from the shore, Miranda rolled over on her back and spread her arms. The warm seawater touched every cell of her body. The sea had always given Miranda an unprecedented bliss and sense of freedom, but at this moment she felt its life-giving power more than ever. And the anticipation of long-awaited happiness heightened the amazing sensation she felt in that blessed moment of ecstasy. Miranda didn't notice Veronica beside her. You look different tonight, she said. You know, I can feel it, Miranda replied with a smile. I feel better today than ever. You're a romantic lady, Veronica smiled and shook her head. Is that good or bad? The romantic lady asked. It's wonderful, assured her friend. Let's swim to the shore, Veronica suggested when the girls reached the shore. Miranda unraveled her luxurious curls and shook them, making several men, who were a little further away, freeze in admiration. Look while you can, she joked, enjoying the increased male attention and the feeling of attractiveness. Miranda pulled sunscreen out of her beach bag and began to slowly rub it into her skin. Men were literally craning their necks. "Oh, such talent is wasting away," Veronica said with a slight smile, looking at her. "Why would it be wasted?" Miranda countered. "I'm putting it to good use. You haven't changed your mind about going to see your Romeo yet." "No," she answered succinctly, putting the tube of cream back in her purse and returning to her back. We went for another swim. Miranda and Veronica started to get ready for the house. The next item on the plan was an impromptu spa treatment in the small bathroom and a cold shower. "It would be nice to give you a massage afterwards. But what I can't do, Veronica said. "What's rich? What's good for you?" After the treatment, Miranda felt like a newborn. Or maybe it was her new start. Miranda decided not to make a mess with her hair or makeup. Her hair looked like a golden silk shawl after the nourishing mask, and Miranda thought it was a sin to hide such beauty. So she decided to leave her hair loose. Same with her makeup. The spa treatment was a miracle worker. Miranda's skin seemed to be illuminated from within and didn't need any makeup, except for a little bit of clear gloss. In the morning, she'd put on a short white embroidered dress with open shoulders and earned another round of praise from her friend. "I wish Winston would appreciate our efforts together," Veronica sighed. "Maybe I should walk you home," she suggested. "No, I don't need to." Miranda shook her head with a smile and winked. "You've been with me all day. You've got guests to meet." "You know all that," she poked her friend. "But break a leg." Miranda walked toward Winston's house, her legs shaking. The girl's heart was beating as if she were running instead of walking. And when Miranda arrived at the right address, she suddenly wanted to go back. To come at night to a complete stranger 1,000 kilometers away from home was a real madness. Miranda stood outside the beautiful house and considered what to do. It would be easy to leave, but she felt she shouldn't. So she crossed herself mentally, approached the fence, and pressed the bell. "Who?" A man's voice asked huskily. Not what Miranda had imagined a young businessman's voice to sound like. But maybe he just smoked a lot? "God, I can't believe what's going through my head," she said angrily to herself. "I'm Miranda. I'll get it." A couple of minutes later, the gates swung open in different directions, and the girl entered the territory unhindered. There's nowhere to retreat to, she thought as she climbed the steps. The door of the house swung open and Miranda saw an old grandfather, a real grandfather in his 60s. The disappointment was so great that she almost cried. Her first thought was to leave, but remembering that Veronica was with Nick, she gave up that thought. Her grandfather was bustling about, and she felt uncomfortable turning round like this and leaving. Come in," Miranda the older man greeted. "I'm Winston Borisovich. Can I just call you Winston?" "Nice to meet you," the girl said. Likewise, the grandfather extended cordially and, delicately embracing her, led her somewhere along the corridor. "Please," cheerfully proclaimed the old man, opening the door. The first thing Miranda saw was a richly laid table. In the middle of the table was a platter of goose, covered with slices of golden potatoes and apple slices. There were salads, of which there were 5 kinds: Olivier, Caesar, Greek, cucumber and tomato classic, herring under a fur coat, and of course astonishingly large local fruits and a huge bottle of house wine. Miranda suddenly felt embarrassed. The man tried, cooked, set the table. "Aha," and he wrote in the name of a young man. "And you fool," Felford said an inner voice mockingly. Come what may, she chided herself. Grandfather must be bored at his age. So he decided to brighten his loneliness. We'll have a drink in company, grandfather. That's my lot." Miranda sat down at the table, and Winston began to court her gallantly. "How about some grape wine?" he inquired. "I assure you it's marvelous." "I believe it is," Miranda said with a smile. "I'd love to have some wine." "That's the way we like it," the old man said approvingly and poured her a large glass of wine. The drink had such a wonderful aroma that Miranda wanted to take a sip. But since it was indecent, she waited patiently for the first toast. "Miranda, what kind of salad do you like?" Winston asked. Of all the salads I see here, all of them." "That's great," he said happily, and put a little of each salad on the girl's plate. "It's delicious," Miranda said sincerely, tasting the Greek salad. "Eat it. The best reward for me is when a guest likes my food." The girl looked carefully at the gracious host and found him quite an attractive older man. The charming elderly gentleman must have been irresistible in his youth, she thought. All the girls were his. "Very well, Miranda, let me make the first toast to you," Winston said with feeling. He was enthusiastically supported by his guest. The flavor of the wine was truly luxurious. "Do you like it?" With a sly glance at Miranda, the man asked. "Very much. I made it myself," he boasted. "It's great. Winston, where are you from, if it's no secret? Didn't Mrs. Camilla tell you?" The girl grinned mentally, but aloud she only named her town. "I see. Miranda, what do you do?" The girl suddenly remembered her failed boyfriend, Ashley. She was surprised to find that the smiling old man had made a much more favorable impression on her. "Maybe I like older men, but I just don't get it yet," Miranda wondered. "I'm an art historian by training. I work for an art magazine," she said, smiling sweetly. "What kind of art magazine is Harmony?" "I know it." Winston nodded, which surprised Miranda. In her understanding, businessmen were pragmatic people, to whom art was absolutely alien. "It's a good magazine." "Are you interested in art?" "I do." "What kind of art?" The older gentleman smiled, a merry sparkle in his eyes. "Miranda, would you like me to sing to you?" "He'll probably serenade you," she decided. "Well, why not? Sing." Winston immediately rose from the table and walked out into the middle of the dining room. If he spoke with a hoarseness, he had a rather pleasant baritone when he sang. What was there pleasant? Winston's voice was enveloping, mesmerizing. He sang in Sanskrit. The language had long ago been considered dead, and Miranda was surprised to find someone singing in it, especially a businessman. It was a beautiful song about a poor shepherd's forbidden love for a noble lady. And Miranda listened. And when the song ended, the girl applauded. "Bravo," she exclaimed. "It's just." Miranda couldn't find the right words to express her delight, so she just said, "Great." Winston was flattered by this simple praise, though. The old man smiled and proposed. "Shall we drink to art?" "I'd love to," Miranda exclaimed in thought. "Nice old man. I think I'll visit him. I should give him back his necklace, or they'll think I'm using him for some mercantile purpose." Just then a golden retriever came running into the room. The same dog Miranda had seen in the photo on the social networking site. But that was just the beginning. A young man entered the room with a bouquet of scarlet roses. "I see that you two have already found a common language," he said with a smile, and, looking carefully at the amazed Miranda, added, "And you're even more beautiful up close." "Wait a minute," she shook her head and was speechless. "Which one of you is Winston?" Both of you, the men answered in unison and laughed loudly. Winston Potocki was a handsome, intelligent, but too shy guy. This caused him a lot of problems in his relationships with girls. He could not approach a girl he liked, and when someone else did, the guy was left to suffer in silence. The thing was also that Winston was a romantic guy, and modern girls did not understand this. Those who were bolder, and this, as a rule, were older girls, tried to poke at the young handsome, but all as one failed. The guy didn't want that. He was sure the first step should be made by a young man, and no other way. All the boys in the class had already lost their innocence. Winston was the only one who had nothing to boast about. It was especially depressing that the first beauty of the class, Jessica, who dreamed about him every night, was friends with Travis, a bully and a bigot. And all because Winston had never been able to say how he felt. Since 9th grade, he dreamed of business, so he decided to enter the Faculty of Economics, which he did after graduating from school. The guy really liked studying, but in terms of personal life at the university was the same as at school. There were plenty of beautiful girls, but still lacked the courage to approach one of them. Winston didn't even notice at what moment he was seized by autumn moping. He simply noted that the days had become shorter, the weather colder, and his mood began to slowly but surely deteriorate. Winston felt tired and apathetic all the time. The autumn landscape, though beautiful, seemed dull and bleak to him. "You need to meet a great girl right away," summed up his new friend, fellow student Kyle. "That wouldn't be a problem in the dorms. How many of them are there in short skirts?" At one of the student parties, he became close to the first beautiful Eva. Amazingly, the morning after, there was no trace of his autumn moping. An affair with a beautiful girl had shaken Winston up. He felt like he was floating on wings. That was until Winston saw EVA drive up to the dormitory with some rich man in a cool foreign car. He timidly demanded an explanation, but the girl only shrugged her shoulders and said, "This is my admirer. So what of it? You are handsome, intelligent, and I like you very much. And Robert is rich," and smiling, added you and he compliment each other so nicely. But Winston didn't want to compliment anyone, and he didn't need any compliments himself, so he silently turned round and walked away. At that moment, something clicked in his brain. "Stop being a sissy. Otherwise every Eve will be wiping their feet on me," he mentally said to himself. "Besides, my main task right now is to study economics. I want to go into business. But what about girls? And the girls later." Winston diligently gnawed at the granite of economics, which turned out to be not so hard. He'd had girlfriends from time to time, but nothing serious. And I would like to meet the real one, not a cunning bitch, who saw in him a promising husband, able to provide his family with a trouble-free life. Winston graduated from university with honors. A month after defense, he got a job in a consulting company, and after a year of work went into free swimming. Business was his thing, so why waste time working for his uncle? Winston's transport company started gaining momentum, almost from the moment it opened, making him a rich man by the age of 27. Winston bought his much-loved grandparents a dream seaside cottage for their golden wedding. Unfortunately, Grandma was not able to properly enjoy the new accommodation. 6 months after the move, Grandma Beatrice left this world. Winston worked hard, got rich, traveled a lot, and enjoyed life. But only dreams of a friendly and strong family remained dreams. And one day Winston came to visit his grandfather and, it seems, met the real one. That day he was picking cucumbers, and the young man's attention was attracted by 2 young ladies with model figures. The beauties had come to see their neighbor, Mrs. Camilla. Probably just another holidaymaker coming to negotiate the rent of the house, he thought. The brunette did not make much of an impression on Winston. The brunette looked like a lover of savory adventures, which he had not been interested in for a long time. But the other, with luxuriant hair the color of ripe wheat. Without a doubt, she was very beautiful. However, that was not what attracted Winston. The expression of the girl's face was dreamy and somehow defenseless. She reminded him of the heroine of children's fairy tales. "You're a storyteller yourself," he summed himself up. "If she's socializing with a bitch like that dark one, she's won herself. And if she's not, then her girlfriend's gonna set her straight. So just roll your lip and move on." A couple of days later, Winston went with his grandfather to a cafe and saw a dark-haired girl in the company of a brutal brunette. Returning from the cafe, the guy decided to walk to the house, which was rented by a neighbor, and saw the light. And 2 days later, Winston finally became convinced that the girl he was interested in spending evenings in proud solitude, while her friend entertained to the full program. And he decided by all means to get acquainted with a beautiful blonde. But how do you do it? The banal girl, "Can I meet you?" was definitely not suitable. This is where you meet people to have a holiday romance. And that didn't seem to interest the charming blonde. Winston puzzled for a long time and finally decided to start with a secret courtship. He was returning from the beach and saw the friend of the girl of his dreams on the arm with a man. So the beauty was alone again. Well, it was time to take action. Without thinking long, Winston cut white roses from his grandfather's garden and rushed to the house the girls were renting. He deliberately did not reveal himself. Dark-haired, promiscuous, she'll probably think it's for her, Winston thought with a chuckle, remembering the way she had smiled at the men in the market. The next day he decided to ask his neighbor for the name and surname of the fair-haired beauty. "Did you like her?" Mrs. Camilla winked. A woman of the kindest soul. I like her, nodded the boy. The next day Winston saw his neighbor's lodgers going to the restaurant alone. He felt a pang of jealousy, but decided it was nothing to be afraid of. After all, Miranda couldn't stay cooped up all holiday. But it didn't seem to be going to the restaurant. The beauty of the young businessman's dreams returned from the restaurant quite quickly. And miraculously, she smiled at him. And the next day he had to leave for Chicago on company business. Winston decided not to cancel the meeting. He instructed his grandfather to meet the guest. And by all accounts, the old man did his best. When Winston realized that Miranda thought her grandfather was writing to her on behalf of a young man, he laughed. At first, I wanted to leave, she confessed. But something held me back, and I didn't regret it. You have a great-grandfather. A great-grandfather did all sorts of things. Turns out he used to be a circus performer in his youth, and now he's getting old. Winston's grandfather juggled apples and performed magic tricks. And when the merry trio went to the artificial pond in the backyard, climbed on the railing of the bridge, and tried to walk on them, Winston Jr. and Miranda barely managed to catch him. The old man settled down and went to bed, and the young men talked until dawn. Do you know we have similar destinies? Winston said with a smile as Miranda told him about her life. Yes, I guess so, she smiled back. I'll see you tomorrow, which is today, Miranda said, feeling like the happiest girl in the world. How was your date? Veronica asked. Don't talk, don't talk. I can see everything. Did you fall in love? I think so, Miranda nodded. It's better not to show him that. You think I don't know that she sighed? I'm probably not the first holiday maker to frown. Anyway, I'll pretend it's just a holiday romance. In the evening, Winston and Miranda went to his favorite restaurant. After dinner, they took a long walk around the village and could not talk for a long time. Thus began the most beautiful and passionate romance of Miranda's life. It's just a pity that this is another road to nowhere, she thought sadly. Oh, come on. Veronica waved her hand. At least a week and a half of happiness is yours, so enjoy every cell of your body and soul. Miranda, have you thought about family, children? Winston asked one day. No, Miranda shook her head. What am I supposed to say? He'll think that's what I want from him. I'll have everything in life. Then I can think about family, Miranda thought. I don't think that's what she said, the boy said. Then again, maybe there's something I don't know. Winston was disappointed, but didn't show it. Then he thought. Whatever. After all, having a great time with a pretty girl isn't bad either. When it was time to leave, Winston saw Miranda off with a huge bouquet of red and white roses. Thank you for the fairy tale, gentle smile, he said. Thank you, too, Miranda replied. She wanted to cry, and she prayed to God not to do so in the presence of her resort lover. Winston still hadn't said the words she'd been waiting for. Well, good luck. Winston spoke deliberately cheerfully and left. Miranda took her seat on the plane and wept bitterly. She didn't want to believe that this was the end. A month later, Miranda realized that a new life had begun inside her. Some of her married mates, when they heard about it, began to make fun of her. But Miranda didn't care, because she was going to have a child with the man she loved, and the rest didn't matter. The mum-to-be had no idea that Winston was having trouble finding his place. I don't understand why you're delaying, his grandfather said. I'd explain myself if I were you. She said she was... I don't know what she said. I don't know what she said, Winston interrupted Winston-Sar. Unceremoniously. You've only known each other a week. Why would she tell you about her plans for her life? Besides, Miranda might have feared that you might have taken her words as a hint. A hint of what? My grandson didn't understand. What do you mean? A hint of what? That she wants to get married. She was afraid you'd run away if you got scared. So what do we do now? Winston, are you out of your mind? Grandpa got really angry. If you really can not without her, then fly to her. Tell her that you love. And if she... Winston fell silent. I'll kill her. Winston S.R. swung jokingly. Miranda walked to her car and suddenly heard a painfully familiar voice call out to her. This can't be happening, she thought. Miranda. The voice repeated more insistently, and the young woman turned round. Winston stood behind her and looked at her fondly. Winston, what are you doing here? Miranda asked. I came to see you. I love you, he said. Will you keep me? You're even more beautiful now, Winston said, and looked at her from head to toe. What he didn't say, Miranda did it for him. You got me pregnant, she said. And you hid it. How was I supposed to know how you felt about it? Miranda exclaimed. You're a fool, Winston smiled, hugging her, and whispered, don't you think we'll have to think about starting a family now? Very much so, she whispered back, and their lips met. A month later, the wedding was over. You didn't catch the bouquet at my wedding for nothing. Irene rejoiced. I'm really happy for my cousin. No, she didn't go to the resort for nothing, Veronica said authoritatively. Girls, don't argue. Cheerfully said the happy newlywed. Neither went to waste. And I'm happy. Yes, and I did not miss such a nice guest, said Winston S.R. Bitter, exclaimed Veronica. Bitter, bitter. The guests echoed. Mother-in-law moved in with her mother-in-law, and when her daughter went to work, she had fun with her son-in-law.mp4. Cassandra woke up at 5 a.m. today, as usual. Her flat was silent, and for some reason her troublesome dog Marcel was sleeping soundly on the doorstep today, making quiet, snoring noises. She poured herself some coffee, made a couple of sandwiches, and sat down to breakfast. It was the first time she'd ever allowed herself such an irregular breakfast, and with sausage, which she disliked all her life. And there was a reason for that. Due to recent events in her life, just last night, Cassandra had come to the conclusion that her life had come to a logical end. Not in the sense that death lay ahead, but in the sense that she would now make no attempt to build her happiness. Last night she stood in front of the mirror and was perplexed. Despite her best efforts to stay young, the deep wrinkles on her face were becoming more and more visible. The corners of her lips were inexorably pulling downwards. Her shoulders were no longer so straight but slightly slumped. Despite the absence of excess weight, the curves of the body are no longer the same. It's normal at 55, Cassandra. What did you want? She said to herself. Yes, she had failed to realize happiness, and she was unlikely to do so now. So is there any point in torturing yourself with proper diet and grooming? Unless it's for the sake of health, she thought. But another thought came next. Why do you need health and longevity if you're all alone? What do you intend to do? Do you want to bring more disappointments on your head? Questioned her inner skeptic. To prevent the lovely female cockroaches in her head from dragging her further into the abyss of self-abuse, Cassandra went to wake Marcel. He quickly woke up and started kissing her feet. Here she had the only joy she had been able to gain over the years. She put on Marcel's new fancy Macintosh that she had recently bought at a trade show, and they went for a morning walk together. It turned out Cassandra wasn't the only person up this early. Mrs. Margaret's neighbor had been up for quite some time. Either she's on her way to the clinic or she's on her way back. These pensioners are so quick you can expect anything. Hello, Cassandra. So are you walking your little fidget spinner? Cassandra didn't like talking to strangers, but strangers were eager to talk to her, to bemoan the hardships of life, take pity on a lonely and not young woman, and at the same time, go over her hard organs with the soft glamour of moralizing. Good morning, Mrs. Margaret. Take care, Cassandra said as she passed the curious old woman, intent on not getting stuck in her chatter. She succeeded at last. The grandmother only stopped to start her long, spacey conversation. But here's the trouble, the unloved neighbor skipped on without even casting a glance in her direction. Angry. No, how could she be, when at such years she had no family, no children, and even less grandchildren? I bet she lived like a dragonfly, didn't want to worry, took care of herself. But it's not clear for what. So she'll be old. It's like me. Scott and Gwen are mine. I gave them the best years of my life. I worked hard so my kids wouldn't have to. And then for my grandchildren. Of course, the last time they remembered me was 3 years and 7 months ago. But they're out there somewhere. They're not picking up the phone. Must be busy. Of course they're busy. They're busy. Mom can wait. Or won't she? Oh, how am I supposed to get up the stairs to the 3rd floor? I wish someone would help me. Mrs. Margaret was left to grumble in private. Cassandra, meanwhile, had wandered a little further than her usual morning walk. Recently, she had noticed some new building being actively erected at that end of her favorite park. Today, she noticed a beautiful neon sign. Judging by it, a coffee shop is opening here, which looks very nice. Through the transparent walls, you can see tables for 2, furnished with cute, hanging lanterns over the tables. Cassandra had never gone to places like this before, not from lack of money, but from lack of suitable company. She believed that a lonely person sitting alone was either selfish or deeply unhappy, judged by herself, and never once tried to deal with this misconception. Today, she finally decided to visit the place alone and sat there for an hour, just admiring the morning bustle of city life. She left the coffee shop when the rain had stopped and it was pleasantly fresh. Now she could go home, and then she could take her time getting ready for work. But when she was not far from her house, someone called out to her from behind. Cassandra. But wait a minute, where are you going? She looked back and saw a woman in a long coat running towards her, her red scarf around her neck fluttering in the wind. For the next moment, Cassandra froze in anticipation, an achingly familiar face. Cassandra, don't you recognize me? It's me, Cynthia, I remember. Oh, it's been so long. Cassandra was surprised. Of course it has. It's been almost 40 years, come on. Let's go up, shall we? Said the school friend and opened her arms. But Marcel, who was also looking at the stranger with surprise, suddenly burst into a wild bark and caught hold of her hem. Cassandra felt that she really did not want this hug. To avoid upsetting the man, she patted Cynthia lightly on the shoulder and pulled her body back. But her friend wasn't going to back down. And let's have tea. Why don't you come to my place? Cynthia suggested. Half an hour later, Cassandra was setting the table and her friend was tense. She clutched her bag tightly to her and kept looking at Cassandra. Her gaze had even become somewhat tense. So tell me, Cynthia, how's life? How are the kids? Or maybe you already have grandchildren? Cassandra asked, pouring hot tea. Please forgive me, Cassandra, she said suddenly. Cassandra did not understand what she meant. What can I ask you for, Cynthia? You and I haven't seen each other in ages, she smiled sincerely. I have something to ask you for. I've come to tell you about it. Just promise me you'll forgive me, said Cynthia, and folded her hands as if she were praying before an icon. Cynthia, I don't mind you at all, and I don't remember there ever being any occasion for it, even if there was. I've long since forgotten. I mean, we were at school then, we were kids. What grudges could there have been then? Cassandra smiled. No, there weren't. I was a mean girl, Cynthia said seriously, and then asked suddenly, Kevin, remember he was in love with you? Alex. He was in love with you too. How could they not, since you were so beautiful, excellent, and the best girl in town? So I took Alex away from you, married him 2 years after graduation. He's probably lying under the fence outside the house or sleeping on the balcony right now. I started kicking him out a long time ago because when we're drunk we start fighting if we see each other. And this way no one sees anyone, which means that the neighbors and the police will not disturb our peace. That's the life I have with Alex, Cynthia said. Cassandra didn't know how to react. Her friend seemed a little out of touch with reality. How could she speak so directly and impartially about herself? But Cynthia wasn't going to stop. So when Alex was chasing you, I was angry. I really liked him then. Who knew he'd become an alcoholic? I was going to go to art school and become an actress, she said. I went to art school, but I didn't become an actress. I didn't have the urge. Forget it. It doesn't make a difference in life, Cassandra said. You were always ahead of everyone else. That's why I hated you. But will you forgive me? Cynthia asked again. Here Cassandra decided to renew their nostalgia. To that end, she went into the bedroom to get a photo album with Alex, Kevin, Cynthia, with red hair, and the young, beautiful Cassandra. Pulling out the album, she paused for a moment to flip through the pages she wanted, then quickly closed it and returned to the living room. And there a strange thing happened. Cynthia was gone. Cassandra thought she might have retreated to the washroom, but she hadn't. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The front door was still locked. It was unclear how Cynthia could have gone out and locked it from the inside with the key in place. Yes, the years are not spared. It's become strange, mate, she thought. Then she leafed through her album of old photographs for a while, and then remembered that she had to go to work. Since that day, the meeting had not left her mind. Cassandra was still curious to know why she needed to forgive her friend. But from what she could tell, she didn't really understand. She was very curious. So she decided to find Cynthia the next weekend and have a heart-to-heart talk with her, not like she had done that time. It wasn't difficult to remember where her school friend lived. She had her doubts about whether she still lived there or not. It was her parents' flat, after all. And given that Cynthia was an only daughter, it was likely that the flat could have gone to her. Then she should be living there. And yes, Cassandra wasn't wrong. When she knocked on the old door, it wasn't opened for a long time. It wasn't until a few minutes later that a man's voice sounded. It sounded like someone resenting the disturbance. And the next moment the door opened, and on the threshold stood a man in an old t-shirt and stretched sports trousers. "What do you want?" he blurted out. "I'd like Cynthia or Alex. I'm an old family friend," she said, not taking her eyes off the man. "Well, I'm Alex, and this is the first time I've seen you," the man said indignantly. "Yes, Alex, I've already recognized you. May I come inside? I'm Cassandra, remember? And you used to sit in the last desk and do nothing in class. Writing me love letters," she smiled. The man felt as if cold water had been poured over his face. He straightened his back sharply, feeling his swollen face with his hands. "Like Cassandra, no way. This is the meeting ... Come on in now that you've come after all these years," he said, and invited her inside. She was greeted by a shabby flat with the wallpaper ripped off. The furniture was partially broken. The kitchen stools creaked when a person sat on them. There was a pungent odor of booze in the air. Cassandra realized from the number of empty bottles under the kitchen table that Alex hadn't sobered up in a while. "But Cassandra, you certainly surprised me. What are your fortunes? How's your life? How's your family? Loved ones?" he asked. "I have no family or loved ones. It hasn't worked out," she said. "Oh, but what about it? How do you live then? What will happen in your old age? Who will give you a glass of water? Who will bury you?" he asked, shaking his head. Cassandra felt terribly embarrassed, but she didn't want to waste her energy arguing with this man. "Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone left unburied yet. They'll sort it out somehow. Where's Cynthia? I went to see her," she said. "Don't you know about that?" Alex wondered. "She's dead, isn't she? Just like that, just like that. She died. Left me alone," he spread his hands. "That can't be. How did she die? When did she die?" "I saw her 3 days ago," Cassandra said. "No, Cassandra, you're confusing things. Today is the 10th day since Cynthia died. There I have prepared a huge plaque. Look at the dates. Exactly 10 days, Alex said. "That's very strange. I'm really sorry about that. You have my condolences. But I definitely remember seeing Cynthia. She came to visit me," she said. "Oh right, she came to visit me too. She came twice in 10 days. True, it was in my dream. She says, 'Sashka, don't dare to marry another broad, I won't give you life.' My Cynthia is in her repertoire. What was jealous? Such remained. God rest her soul," Alex said, and crossed himself awkwardly. Cassandra looked at the wretched man with curiosity. He was one of the enviable, handsome men in town. Everyone predicted a great future for him. He was very popular with the girls. And now there's a drunkard sitting in front of her. "Okay, you hang in there, Alex, I'll go," she said, and got ready to leave. But Alex seemed to have new ideas brewing in his head. "Cassandra, this isn't going to work. We need to memorialize a friend. Sit down for half an hour. I'll go to the shop now," he said. But Cassandra did not heed his words. She was anxious to get out into the fresh air. And when she reached the threshold, Alex managed to surprise her once again. "Cassandra, don't take this badly. It's just that I splurged on the funeral and everything. Ended up with no money, not a penny in my pocket. Give me $200 for bread," he asked. Cassandra silently pulled a couple of notes out of her purse and handed it to him. Alex's eyes lit up. He rejoiced like a child seeing candy. She left the flat, but she was in no hurry to leave. Alex seemed like a decidedly unreliable source of information to her. In the courtyard of the house, Cassandra met an old woman tending to her small front garden below her window. Cynthia. There was a red-haired woman like that who lived here. "You don't know about her?" she asked bluntly. "Who doesn't know her? She lived in this house all her life. She was a good woman. It's a pity she died early," said the old woman. "What do you mean? When did she die?" she clarified. "Yes, recently. Either last week or the week before." The old woman waved her hands. "And 3 days ago?" Cassandra asked. 3 days ago, what the old woman was surprised. "I saw her 3 days ago. She was alive. Maybe you mistook her for someone else. I remember that day. I had to go to the vegetable market, and they said Cynthia was dead. And I go to the market once a fortnight on Sundays. If you count from that day, that's about over a week ago. They said she was dead. We got together, cleaned her up, had a funeral. She was given a full honor. May she rest in peace, since she has seen nothing good in this world. May she be repaid there," the old woman said. After talking to her neighbor, Cassandra was left even more perplexed. There was no longer any doubt that Cynthia had died 10 days ago, but her visit of 3 days ago was also real. True, there were some odd details that Cassandra quickly forgot about the following week and turned her attention to her own affairs. But the story seemed to be just beginning. Their second meeting happened just as suddenly. That afternoon, Cassandra visited her adopted daughter, who was living her own life, and made sure she was doing well. The girl had settled well into adulthood and had no intention of returning to it. Nor did she have any intention of returning to it. She didn't want to restrict her adopted daughter's freedom, so she would return in good spirits in the evening. Cassandra, wait," she heard shouting. And when she turned round, she saw Cynthia still running towards her. She was wearing the same long coat and red shawl, though the weather had been much warmer since their first meeting. She was still clutching her bag and caught up with her in a hurry. "Come on, let's go and have tea," Cynthia said straight to her forehead. Cassandra knew she shouldn't fall for this strange woman's suggestion, but some force seemed to be pushing her forward. No sooner had she gathered her will in her fist than she spoke again. "Let's go to your place and have tea," she repeated. Cassandra led her home as if hypnotized. This time she felt more vividly the coldness and alienation coming from her friend. The scenario of the meeting repeated itself exactly the same. "You forgive me. I've come to repent," Cynthia stated bluntly when she found herself in Cassandra's flat. "And why do your loved ones think you're dead?" "What's the joke?" Cassandra asked. "Yeah, that's what they said. You wait here for me. I'm running to the shop. I want to bring you a cake. We'll have tea," Cynthia repeated and nimbly slipped out the door. Cassandra sensed that there was clearly some mystery here. Without thinking, she went out the door to follow Cynthia's route. But the very next second, she was nowhere to be found. Cassandra even went down the stairs on purpose. But there was no sign of Cynthia. And in the past, there were many things they had in common. Chapter 2. Classes for the 9th grade were boring. While the geometry teacher outlined incomprehensible figures on the blackboard and derived theorems, the students wasted no time. A little letter flew into Matthew's notebook. In it, one of his friends wrote that the ugly duckling from the parallel class was in love with him. Matthew was upset. Now it would be a bad name for him in the tough teenage world. But the real passions were simmering in another circle. The boy Kevin and the boy Alex loved Cassandra, and Alex was in love with Cynthia. Also between them was Marion, who was close friends with Cynthia. Cassandra was different from everyone else, and since first grade she hadn't given anyone the palm of her hand in both academics and activity. And by the time she was 16, she had become such a fluttery doe that anyone would look up to her. Boys from the upper classes sighed languidly and did not dare to approach her. Alex was a daredevil. He was a brawler and a bully in the class. If he couldn't get something the easy way, he took it the hard way. Cassandra understood that, and in order not to make her admirer angry, she behaved ambiguously with him. She didn't open up to him rudely, but she didn't let him get too close. That's not the case with Kevin. His name often appeared in her maiden diary. "We'll build our bright future together," she wrote, setting herself up for adulthood. And Alex was often in Cynthia's diary. "He's so manly that even dreaming about him gives me goosebumps. But it's a pity he's indifferent to me. He doesn't have a self of his own, or he wouldn't have gone after Cassandra. Loving Cassandra is just a fashion in this town. There's nothing sincere about it. He should be mine. He deserves my love," Cynthia wrote about him. But at some point, Alex noticed that he was losing against the charismatic Kevin. Then he decided to be more active. Now every day after school he waited for Cassandra at the school gate, gave her a chocolate bar, and walked her home. Kevin completely believed Cassandra's words and thought that they were just friends. But this picture was unbearable for Cynthia. She'd tried stuffing her hair with chemistry, and her parents had persuaded her to buy newfangled overseas jeans. And she had a tape recorder with lights and music. But Alex didn't care about any of that. "I only love you. And I'm just being polite to other guys so they don't spread rumors behind my back," Cassandra told Kevin. And he didn't doubt the truth of her words. Kevin lived with dreams of the future, because he had little motivation to live in the present. His parents died when he was 5 years old. It fell to his grandmother to take care of him when he turned 9. Grandma was no longer the same. Her strength was no longer enough to care for her grandson in the large household. Then the grandmother called her eldest son and told him about her situation. The eldest son quickly found a solution. He moved his family to his mother's house. They were tired of living in a flat in the city center. The move happened quickly. Now the house was crowded and noisy. Grandma lay in bed, realizing that day by day her life was coming to an end. Cheryl, the eldest son's wife, immediately took the reins of the household. "Kevin needs to move to a smaller room," she said. "Now he has 3 nephews. They need a bigger room," she declared. Kevin then immediately felt that he was now on bird rights in this house. He had to give in, as his grandmother was no longer interested in him. A couple of months later, Grandma died in his arms, although she had bequeathed her house to Kevin. His uncle, after his mother's death, didn't consider his opinion. "You're a big bloke now, you should make your own life on your own. And the house by law goes to the children of the deceased. But when I die, you will share this house equally with your nephews," he said, and the teenager did not dare to argue with him. The atmosphere in the house after the death of his grandmother deteriorated not by the day, but by the hour. Aunt Cheryl was unhappy with everything Kevin did. Her uncle was in on it. On top of that, one nephew complaining about him, then another. Kevin had become a whipping boy, literally. And when one day Aunt Cheryl claimed that money had gone missing from her bag and suspected Kevin of it, he couldn't bear the offense and decided to go off on his own. He was lucky enough to get into a technical college in a neighboring state. He chose this institution simply because it provided a dormitory for students. Parting with Cassandra was the hardest part. Since the day Kevin had left, they had spent every night together on a hill near the town, sitting on the lawn and looking at the moon, dreaming of the future and believing in it. On the appointed day, Kevin left, and they never met again. Meanwhile, at school, the students whispered among themselves and giggled after Cassandra. She didn't know what was going on. All came to light later when the teacher came out of the classroom. "Cassandra, is it true what they say about you?" the girls asked and surrounded her. Cassandra was perplexed. Then Marian decided to clarify it herself. "But what everyone is saying is that you went out with this Travis guy, got pregnant by him, and now you don't know what to do with the baby." Cassandra's mind was leaving the ground beneath her feet. Yes, just a couple of days ago she had been to the local gynecologist. But how was she to know that the doctor would violate professional ethics and divulge information? Cassandra blushed, and the girls looked at each other meaningfully. So it was true, each decided for herself. Cassandra was mortified. She tried to save face somehow. "There was no such thing. I never even talked to that Travis guy," she said. And Travis was known throughout the town because he had recently served nearly 15 years and was now a local crime lord. He was close to the local cop, and he got away with a lot of things, including assaulting any girl he liked. To Cassandra, it sounded like a real insult. But what was she to do about her pregnancy? Rumors began to spread through the town like dandelions in the wind. Within a couple of days, every person she met was looking at her with a leer. And grandmothers would spit and whisper at the sight of her. And when the rumors reached Cassandra's mother, it was the end of the world. Her mother, Mrs. Margaret, was a bossy woman by nature. She never really spoiled her daughter, warning her from a young age that if she chose any guy, she could forget about higher education and career. Mother frightened her daughter that relations with any boy promises her a repeat of her mother's fate, when the meaning of life becomes a house, vegetable garden, chicken co-op, and clinic. The ominous news did not escape Mrs. Margaret. She heard it from her neighbors, with whom she had competed all her life. She came home determined to give her daughter a thorough interrogation. In the evening, Cassandra was expected to deal with the debriefing. "I've heard that my daughter has been badly behaved." "What do you mean by that?" Her mother put the question squarely. Cassandra stood silently and blushed. "Speak. Is it true that you went out and got pregnant by Travis the thug? That your breasts haven't really grown? You want a man?" already asked her mother in an angry tone. "But Mum, I haven't even met him. It's someone else's idea. I've never had any contact with this Travis," said Cassandra. "What difference does it make now?" The gynecologist told her friend, and she spread it all over town. "How am I supposed to look people in the eye now that I raised such a slutty girl?" "What were you thinking when you spread your legs in front of him?" Mother said, and rolled her eyes. "Mum, do you believe strangers or your daughter?" "I haven't met Travis, and I think I have a child with someone else," she said, shaking with fear. "What do you mean that's not true? How are you not ashamed to tell me this? My God, what is to be done now? Who is the father of the child? Tell me straight out. Now I'll go to him and arrange it." "No, I'll go straight to the police." "You're not even 18 yet. We have to punish this bastard. Or she'll say that she lay under him herself," the mother shouted. Her attitude about the police frightened Cassandra. She didn't want the fruit of her love to become the subject of a criminal case. But her mother wasn't going to back down now either. Cassandra then made the decision to stand up for herself and her feelings at all costs. She simply shut up and said nothing more. As time passed, her mother scolded her almost every day. And when the rumor reached the headmaster, the young girl's trouble took on new dimensions. The headmaster immediately called Mrs. Margaret to the school. The entire teaching staff gathered in his office. "Your daughter's behavior is not in keeping with school ethics. I can't allow other girls to see this and take her as an example. We're expelling your daughter. You can pick up your documents today," the principal said. And the other teachers fully supported him. Mrs. Margaret had not yet given up hope of fixing the situation, so she offered her own solution. "There will be no child. My daughter must finish school. Please give us a chance. I'll handle her behavior myself," she pleaded. But the principal was adamant. What was happening in their house worried everyone. The whole family felt that Mrs. Margaret had brought Cassandra up badly, that she was spoiled and out of control. Her older sister Rachel was especially partial to this. She gloated and wasn't going to hide it. "Your favorite youngest daughter? That's how she has proved herself," she said almost every day as she strutted around the house. Then Rachel also remembered what she thought was her grandmother's unfair love for Cassandra. Grandmother had a soft spot for her too. She even left her family ring to her before she died. But nothing for me. Had she known what her favorite granddaughter would turn into in just a few years, she wouldn't have been so loyal, Rachel said with a smirk. Only now did Cassandra realize how much the ring had hurt her sister's ego. Even Mrs. Margaret was in agreement. "We could sell that ring and update the renovations. But she won't give it back. She's hiding it safely somewhere. Who knew my daughter would have such a taste for jewelry," she said. Sometimes Cassandra had to move the ring from place to place each time. But there was another reason for her grandmother bequeathing her special ring to Cassandra, a reason that only she and her late grandmother knew about. Ever since Cassandra was little, her grandmother had told her about this ring. "This jewelry is a source of power. But no word must be spoken of it. This ring is not to be worn all the time. You must wear it when someone has wronged you very much and you cannot deal with your offense. Then the ring will show its power. Better yet, You must do everything you can to forgive the offender, her grandmother said. Cassandra didn't understand what it all meant, but she didn't know at the time that the power of the ring, along with the will, passed to her. And when her grandmother found herself dying, the first thing she had asked for was to retrieve her ring from a far corner of the attic and hand it to Cassandra. Her mother, who had been anxious for so many years to at least try on the ring, was outraged. My mother-in-law never even let me touch it. Such a thing should not be put in everyone's hands. A person must have the mental strength not to cause trouble. And that is the kind of strength I see in my Cassandra, she said. And Mrs. Margaret and her sister Rachel were even angrier at Cassandra. By the time Cassandra's pregnancy was discovered, the reticence about the ring had faded into the background. But Rachel had managed to remind her mother of everything and rock the painful issue again. Mrs. Margaret, the head of the family, threw another scandal. I have a new decision this time. It's all decided. Let's go for an abortion. I'll drive you myself. Since we got into this disgrace, at least we should save face in front of people, she said. Cassandra's mother's decision made her hair stand on end. By then, the new life in her belly was already moving and showing signs of active life. Cassandra felt a vivid sense of happiness with every movement. And when she remembered that the whole world was no longer ready for the arrival of this baby, the ground went out from under her feet. I will not go for any abortion. How can you suggest such a thing to me yourself, being a mother? Cassandra interrupted. But it was all in vain. Mrs. Margaret had already made an appointment with the local doctor for Wednesday at 8 and warned her daughter to get ready. But at 8 on Wednesday, the mother found her daughter's room empty. By then, Cassandra had already managed to board a departing long-haul bus, having previously brought a couple of dresses, sports bags, and her grandmother's ring. She made her way to visit a distant relative who lived in a neighboring small town. When Cassandra was little, Aunt Elizabeth loved her very much, spoiled her in every possible way. After she married Robert, a nice guy, she began to come to them less and less often. Little Cassandra looked forward to Aunt Elizabeth's visits and enjoyed her company immensely. Many years had passed since then, but Aunt Elizabeth was remembered in Cassandra's mind as a symbol of pure, accepting adult love. Upon seeing their niece, Aunt Elizabeth and her husband Robert were quite surprised. "How did you come to us? What are you doing here? How did Mrs. Margaret let you go alone?" Aunt Elizabeth asked when they were already seated at the table drinking tea. "I seem to be coming to see you for a long time, but believe me, I won't embarrass you. I need some time somewhere to settle down. And then I'll go to work, and I'll give the baby to the kindergarten. We can live on our own," Cassandra pleaded when she heard the pregnancy story. Aunt Elizabeth was genuinely perplexed. "You were right to leave home, considering you have been betrayed by those closest to you and cut out of the circle of life. I feel sorry for them when they have to answer to God for it. It will be a pitiful sight," she said at the table. Robert was also heartened by Cassandra's distress. "Never mind the family squabbles. Who doesn't have them? It's usually the people closest to us who cause the most drama in life. You need to think about yourself now, about your baby. Elizabeth, what can we offer the girl?" he asked his wife. "Your care, complicity, and help. But let me speak my vision. Cassandra, if you don't like our idea, you take no offense. Just look at it as an option. When your baby comes into the world and you want to move on with your life, then keep in mind that you can leave him to us. We'll raise him as our son. You don't mind, do you?" Robert offered. "Of course I don't mind. It can't be otherwise. Let the little one stay with us as long as he needs to. At least we will fulfill the role of grandparents until he comes of age," Elizabeth said. Cassandra was very grateful to him, and this she could only express through her tears. When her aunt began to comfort her, she spoke up. "My whole family, all my friends and relatives have turned against me. And you are so magnanimous? I didn't think there could be such people in the world. I'll thank you for the rest of my life. I had thoughts of committing suicide if you didn't accept or judge me. But now I have made up my mind to live," she said, and wept bitterly. Aunt Elizabeth gave Cassandra a separate room. Before going to bed, Cassandra thought of her grandmother and was tempted to test the power of her ring. She was curious to see how it would perform. She took it out of her bag and twirled it in her hand. And when she remembered that the ring's power was sometimes a little dark, she put it back in her bag. Despite her grievances, she didn't want to hurt any of her loved ones. Chapter 3. 2 years have flown by quickly. Little Miles is lying in his pram, telling Aunt Elizabeth something in his own language. He is generally very fond of this family. When Aunt Elizabeth took Cassandra in, she feared that her children and husband might eventually claim that a stranger was cramping their space. But that didn't happen. And when Miles was born, the whole family's lifestyle changed. Daughter and son Elizabeth, who previously did not take their eyes off the screens of their gadgets, enthusiastically accepted the baby. To them, he was like a wonderful, unpredictable toy. Each of them was eager to spend more time with this calm and sweet baby. Even Robert got caught up in the work. He even shared his inspiration with Elizabeth recently. "Mother, you and I, for how many years? 10, I think we've been in agony. I don't know how to stop our kids from fighting with each other. Once Miles came along, everything fell into place. I personally haven't seen swearing and fighting between them in a long time," he said. "Yeah, it's great. They've taken a fancy to a younger relative. It's going to be hard for them when they find out that Miles is a special kid and that he'll never be able to walk. I've decided to keep it from them for now. I'd have to get Cassandra to accept the idea first. Our babies will get over it somehow," she said. Yes, a congenital disability is certainly not an easy thing to deal with. But look at how smart the boy is. If you think hard enough, wheelchair users can quite easily live as full-fledged human beings too. They can learn manual labor, socialize on the internet, and make friends. Cassandra shouldn't have been depressed. She should talk about it more often, Robert said. Just then Cassandra came in. She put the bag of groceries on the table and immediately threw herself into a doting session with her son. "So have you not been tormented much by your nephew? What would I do without you? I have no idea. But I'm thinking of all sorts of things. Hopefully Miles and I will be able to live on our own soon," she said. "You should study properly so you have some prospects. Maybe it's time you stopped caring for the seriously ill. Do you have a family to take care of? You're not going to be torn forever," Aunt Elizabeth said. Cassandra did not get a job as a waitress or shop assistant, as her aunt had advised, but for some reason went to work as a hospice nurse. Her job was not easy. Sometimes she had to stay out all night. The epic of communicating with hospice residents and having compassion for them is a separate story. "I would love to train as a doctor, but it costs a lot of money. It's my dream for now. Maybe it will remain a pipe dream," Cassandra sighed, and went off to take the ship out from under the seriously ill old people. But the money she earned wasn't enough to cover all her needs. Miles grew older, demanding more expenses. His health and life demanded more money. That's when Cassandra realized that working as a waitress in a restaurant or hotel wasn't such a bad idea. That day she went to her boss with a strong determination to quit. But the hospice manager was busy. Asked to wait for a while, Cassandra was not allowed to wait. The head nurse called her in and told her that a new patient had arrived and that she had to deal with him. Despite the difficulties, Cassandra loved her job. Or rather, she loved herself when she showed compassion to the residents of this facility and lifted their spirits a little. She imagined an old man or woman of advanced years as a new guest. But in the room she saw a young guy in a wheelchair. "Hi, I'm Cassandra. You're in good hands now. They will take the best care of you here," she said. "Thank you, Cassandra. There's not much joy. But where to go? This is my final destination. I don't have much choice," he said without changing the sad expression on his face. Cassandra felt his heartache immediately, and the resilience with which he endured it. His name was Michael. She noticed his stylish haircut, athletic build, subtle mannerisms, and piercing sincerity. From his medical records, she learned that Michael was only 31 years old. He'd been a pilot until he suffered an injury that left his spine in disrepair. On top of that, the guy was diagnosed with terminal cancer. So young and promising was doomed. The two quickly found a rapport. Cassandra noticed that she was able to influence his mood. Michael became more agreeable to her, but their warm friendship wasn't going to stop her from quitting this low-paying job. And that day had come. "I'm going to quit. I'm sure you'll get better. You'll get back on your feet, and you and I will go for more walks in the park," she said. "You won't be here anymore then." "What about me?" "Didn't allow that thought." "Well, good luck wherever you are," he said, and didn't speak to her again. Cassandra had not yet written a letter of resignation, but she had learned from the nurses that Michael had become clinically depressed and that he needed to be prescribed more medication. Cassandra related this to his difficult situation once again as she rushed to the head doctor's office with her statement. A man of advanced years caught up with her in the corridor. "Young lady, I have a serious conversation to have with you," he said. "It would be better if we talked about it informally. Let's go into the courtyard. There are benches there." "I don't have time for another," Cassandra said. The head doctor was busy again, and she was unable to submit her application. In the meantime, she decided to listen to the strange man. Within minutes, she was already sitting next to him and listening to him. "My name is Mr. Winston. I'm the father of the guy in Ward 8. His name is Michael," he said. "Yes, I know Michael. I sympathize with you. But your son is doing well," Cassandra said. "I have a business proposition for you. The fact is that Michael has at most 1 year to live, maybe even less. When I brought him here, he got better. Because he started talking to you, and he really liked you. After he became disabled, he was dumped by the girl he loved. My heart aches for my son, and when he found out you were quitting your job, he felt bad again. Please stay a little longer," Mr. Winston said. Cassandra sighed heavily. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I have good reasons for doing so. And your son is in good hands. Our doctors will do an excellent job of improving his quality of life. Now I have to go," she said, and was about to leave. But Mr. Winston took her hand. "I'm willing to pay you a lot of money. Ask for whatever you want, but just let my son live the last days of his life in joy and happiness," he said. The offer to pay seemed strange to Cassandra. It was even more difficult for her to agree to it, and it seemed as if she would have to deceive a seriously ill man for her own gain. But when Mr. Winston persisted in offering her his terms for several days in succession, she agreed. "It's enough for me to pay half my current salary. As it is, I don't want to profit in this way," she said. Mr. Winston did just that. Every month he brought her exactly half of her salary. Cassandra quickly realized that this money was not enough for her. But she wasn't going to bargain. But she couldn't leave the hospice either. "Michael, it's so nice to have someone like you in the world," she said. "Do you really love me, or is it just pity?" Michael often asked, and Cassandra had by then grown genuinely fond of him. "I really love you and I really want you to live. We could have everything ahead of us," she would say. 7 months flew by. Once again, when Cassandra arrived at work in the morning, she was caught by bad news. "Your patient has passed away." A blood clot broke off, her colleagues told her. For Cassandra, the fragile world in which she had barely built a little corner of happiness for herself crumbled. Leaving all business behind, she went to his funeral. Mr. Winston was without consolation. At the funeral, she saw his friends for the first time, pilots and sportsmen, all uniformly successful. After seeing Michael off on his last journey, Mr. Winston asked Cassandra to stay a while. A serious conversation took place between them again. "I have something to give you," he said, and held out a flash drive. This is where Michael kept his diary. Among other things, he wrote about his feelings for you. Let this be with you. Cassandra took the flash drive and pressed her palm against it with an aching heart. But Mr. Winston had no intention of letting her go. He retired to his room, and from there he returned with a weighty large envelope. "Here's the money. I thought at the time that you would ask for a flat or a car in return for your attention to my son, but you surprised me with your modesty. And the money was in the bank at a savings interest. It was more than I was going to pay you. Take it and buy yourself something substantial," he said. Cassandra's objections he did not accept. She took the money and counted the houses. There was enough there to buy a studio flat in her town or go to medical school. Cassandra chose the second option. Being a medical student gave her some kind of inexplicable happiness. That day she walked Donald in his pram and dreamed of how soon her new student life would begin and how she would be so passionate about her studies. But her reverie vanished suddenly. A painfully familiar face was walking towards her on the pavement. She knew from his smile that he recognized her. It was Kevin. "Hi, Cassandra. This is my friend Scarlett." "Scarlett, this is Cassandra. She and I went to school together," he said. And I see you already have a baby boy too. So you're married. Good for you," he added. Scarlett said something back, but Cassandra couldn't hear what she was saying. Dry phrases like "went to the same school" and "you have a baby boy" affected her like an icy shower. "Yeah, I'm doing great. I see you're doing well too. It was good to see you. We should get home," she said and walked on. Kevin wanted to ask for her phone number, but it would be indecent to do so in front of his girlfriend. He looked behind her, but she didn't. She looked at Donald sleeping in the pram. How much he looks like his father, walking arm in arm with his new girlfriend right now, and not even remembering what happened between us a few years ago, Cassandra thought. The pain and resentment was burning her from the inside out. At home, for the first time in years, she pulled her grandmother's ring out of a far corner and twirled it around in her hands. She really wanted to put it on and think of a happy new life of carefree Kevin. But at the last minute, she remembered her grandmother's words about how it was best to forgive one's abusers. Cassandra had no time for resentment and suffering, so she decided that evening that she would never think of him again. And so she did. Student life quickly became mired in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. It was lucky that Cassandra now had the option of getting a nanny and leaving Donald with her. "I can't spend the rest of my life sitting on my aunt's neck, even if she doesn't mind," she thought. As well as her studies, Sebastian came into her life. They met outside the university when he came to pick up his mother, who works here as a lecturer. "Now you don't have to worry about sessions. If anything, Mum will help you," Sebastian said, trying to please Cassandra. "No, absolutely not. Mistakes can be made by a fashion designer or a hairdresser. It won't make the world fall apart. And when a doctor makes a mistake because of a weakness of knowledge, it decides someone's fate. That's why I set the bar high for myself," she said, thereby causing him to respect and awe her even more. Cassandra worried that the strict professor might not want to accept her into her family. It's a professorial environment out there, and here's a girl with a dark past and a disabled child, she worried. She decided to hide the presence of Donald in her life from Sebastian. "I worked in a hospice. Severely ill people are a special category. Working with them, you grow and expand as a person yourself. If you have the strength, of course," Cassandra said about her past. "Not such a profession for me either. I'm not callous, of course, but I have no compassion for the weak, and I wouldn't want to be in their position myself. If illness overtakes me in my old age, I'll ask you to euthanize me. It's the best thing that can happen to the seriously ill. It should be allowed by law," Sebastian reasoned. At such moments, Cassandra was once again convinced that she had been right to hide the fact that she had a seriously ill child. 6 months into their romantic relationship, he sat before her on his knees and held out the ring. "Be mine forever. I've never met such an amazing girl before," Sebastian said. And his mother, who was a witness, looked at them with emotion. Cassandra was confused as she had not expected such a drastic turn in her fortunes. Instead of joyfully jumping on his neck, she took time to think over his proposal and weigh everything. In fact, during this time, she came to consult her Aunt Elizabeth. "My boyfriend asked me to marry him," she said. "Well, congratulations, honey. I'd be surprised at that chap if he didn't propose to a girl like that," said Aunt Elizabeth. "You know how to make me happy, as always. But I'm worried because I hid the existence of Donald from him. I thought they would call him a burden. And anyway, a woman with a disabled child isn't likely to fit into anyone's life." "What am I supposed to do now?" Cassandra asked. "But you didn't, so you'll leave it at that. And bring Donald to us. Robert and I have told you 100 times we're ready to adopt him. We'll raise him like our own, and we'll take care of him. So what if your kid can't walk? He's got the brains of me and 3 healthy children. How kind is he? Compassion is a different story. Don't worry. Just arrange your life," the aunt advised. And this option seemed acceptable to her. The lavish wedding in the professor's family took place a month later. Aunt Elizabeth and Robert brought Donald there in a pram and introduced him to the guests as their baby. Cassandra could visit him anytime she wanted without hurting her new life. Everything was going well until one morning she received an alarming call from Aunt Elizabeth. "Donald has taken ill. We got to the hospital, we've been admitted. He's got pneumonia. I don't know what the cause is. I've been dusting him off," Aunt Elizabeth said in tears. Cassandra left everything behind and rushed to the hospital. And yes, the aunt was right. Donald was extremely weak. The doctors had promised to fight for him, but his weak immune system wasn't going to help them. Cassandra had a new life that began under the window of the intensive care unit. Sebastian didn't understand why his young wife was so heartbroken over her supposedly distant nephew's illness, and Cassandra spent days at the hospital. The spouse very soon protested about it. "The boy has parents, has his own family. I don't see what difference your running around makes," he said. "He's not feeling well. His eyes are so sad, missing me. How do you not realize that?" Cassandra resented. Sebastian crouched down beside her, looked into her eyes. "Cassandra, this child is doomed from birth. As a reasonable person and as a future medical professional, you should realize that this child is not going to do well. You don't last long with this kind of health at all. Get used to the idea that he may not even be here," he said. Cassandra burst into tears. "How heartless are you, it turns out. If it were our child, would you reason the same way?" she asked. "It may sound cruel, but I'm a realist. Cassandra, if I had a child like that, I'd rather it stay in a maternity hospital or an infant home somewhere. Why delude yourself with empty hopes? I don't understand parents like that," he said. "Just be quiet. Please don't say anything else," Cassandra stated. "No, I'm just trying to make a real point. Children like this are usually born to those who lead immoral lifestyles. God punishes their parents that way. You have no need to worry about that. Our children will be healthy because I am healthy and you are healthy. This problem will never affect us, believe me, honey," he said. "And I guess I was wrong about you, but it's time to correct that. Let it be known to you that Donald is my son, and I gave birth to him 4 years ago. I am his real mother and I am ready to fight for my son for the rest of my life," she stated. Sebastian didn't want to believe her words for a long time at first, but Cassandra told it like it was. "You never told me who his father is? Why isn't he taking care of his child?" Sebastian asked. "I don't want to wrap my head around that question. The father doesn't even know he has a son. He's doing well in life, and the pleasure, as I realized it 2 years ago. But Donald and I can manage without him," Cassandra said. Since that day, her relationship with Sebastian had changed a lot. He wasn't going to change his mind, and she wasn't going to pretend anymore. Donald found his strength and pulled himself out of a serious illness. He was discharged home and Cassandra finally calmed down, but still spent a lot of time around him. A couple of months later, Sebastian decided to take action as well. One evening, Cassandra didn't wait for him for dinner. His phone was switched off. He arrived in the morning and didn't want to answer her questions about where he was and why he hadn't warned her. Cassandra didn't make a scene. Exactly 1 week later, it happened again. This time, Sebastian came home drunk in the morning and found his wife gone, with a note on the table saying they were over. Sebastian didn't bother to persuade her to come back. They met a month later to discuss the details of the divorce. He himself was the first to file, the first to leave with a document of dissolution of marriage. They went their separate ways without looking back. Chapter 4. Years passed. The clinic's top doctor, Cassandra Morris, is summoned to the chief doctor's office today. "Cassandra, there's a conference coming up in Los Angeles. I suggested your candidacy. The trip is short, only 5 days," said the elderly professor, who had been kind to her in a fatherly way since the early days. Cassandra was glad, because she had long wanted to get away for a couple of days and get a change of scenery. "How is your son? Do you have someone to take care of him in your absence?" the professor asked. "Yes, we do. We have good ones. And Donald himself is big now. He's learned to look after himself sitting in a pram. All is well with us," she said, and began to prepare for the trip. The event captivated her. On the first day, she gave a speech. The entire auditorium applauded her. It was her first similar experience. She was very happy when everyone was dismissed for a coffee break. A handsome man approached her. "You have performed beautifully. My name is Andrew. I'm in the business of bringing high technology to medicine. We have our own research lab. We plan to set up a manufacturing facility," he said. Andrew, what a pleasure. How about we go out for an evening walk after the event? Cassandra asked flirtatiously. On a wave of good cheer, I was gladly just about to suggest that. After all, it's a whole 5 days ahead of us. I don't like to be bored, he replied. In the evening, he waited for her outside the hotel. They walked along the seafront, drank wine from the bottle, laughed a lot, and chatted about everything. Cassandra didn't ask him any unnecessary questions, didn't even ask him what his wife thought about it or how many children he had. She was sure that such a successful and attractive man was definitely not alone. As the time passed midnight, she made a suggestion. We should get to your room. She captured his lips with her lips. He took her in his arms, and within an hour they were merging in heated kisses in his room. In the morning he woke up alone and was sad that Cassandra hadn't stayed late for breakfast together. In the afternoon they agreed to repeat the evening walk. The walk again ended in a hot night. Passion in his hotel room. The following evenings there was a joint dinner at a restaurant, going to the cinema, and sitting on a bridge studying the night sky. It turned out Andrew lived in the same city as Cassandra. He changed his return ticket so he could be on the same flight as her. Upon arrival, he drove her to the driveway. She was in a hurry to get home. It's been great. Goodbye, she said one last time and quickly got out of the car. He believed their romance was just beginning. But it wasn't until that evening that he remembered his reckless behavior. He hadn't written down her phone number, and in fact he only knew her name and nothing else. To all his questions about the details of her life, she only joked away and changed the topic of conversation. He still didn't want to believe that she wasn't going to have a relationship with him. Cassandra was content to take a little prank in her gray everyday life. A growing Donald was retelling her the contents of a new book he had read in her absence. Mother and child hugged each other to their heart's content and were happy to be together again. The very next day she forgot about Andrew and set to work, but her fate was not going to give her peace. Another surprise came to her head with the urgent delivery of a patient with severe injuries. An urgent operation was required. The professor had assigned the new patient to Cassandra. On the operating table, she saw a familiar face. Her heart felt like it was turning over. But as a doctor, she had no right to give in to her emotions. The critically ill patient regained consciousness 4 days later. This was reported to Cassandra by a nurse. Brown has opened his eyes, but he seems to have memory loss, she said. Cassandra was looking forward to this. She came into the room. Well, hello, Kevin. Congratulations, today is your second birthday, she said. Thanks, girl, but I don't have time to talk. I have to drive home. I've got things to do. Get all these wires off me, Alex said and tried to stand up. Yes, it seems the nurse was right. He didn't recognize her. You can't get up yet. Forget all the cases, they can wait. You need to think about your health. My name is Cassandra. Maybe that means something to you, she asked. Cassandra was the name of my friend's daughter. I mean, she's only 5 years old. Has she grown up so fast? Why are you wearing a white dressing gown? Cassandra, Alex asked in a fit of frenzy. While she was checking his degree of adequacy, a policeman knocked on the ward, who was also impatient to see Alex come to his senses. I have to question him. He's suspected of beating up 2 individuals, the man said. No questioning. The sick man is not yet in a condition to participate in the investigation. Please leave him alone. He has barely survived on his own. Sister, please don't let anyone see the sick man, Cassandra said lastly. She spent the whole day wondering what kind of trouble Alex had gotten himself into, what kind of legal action he was facing. It didn't take long to figure out. A woman appeared on his doorstep. It was the same Scarlett. You're his spouse, I take it, Cassandra asked. Yes, I need to see my husband. Why are your nurses preventing this? I demand to be in charge, Scarlett parried. The man in charge will also tell you that you must not tire a patient after an operation. You'd better leave, said Cassandra. But Scarlett decided to wiggle her rights. I'm going to call my daddy now and he'll clean this place up. It's a mess, not a hospital, she blustered across the corridor. Then she actually dialed someone and started complaining loudly that she was not allowed to see her husband. But the other end of the line didn't seem to be in any hurry to intervene. Scarlett then became hysterical. Cassandra had to call the same policeman who had been waiting outside Alex's room for days. He helped to calm the girl down, promising to sort things out. Then he came into Cassandra's office. "What's all the drama surrounding my patient?" she asked. "And this is Deputy Robertson's daughter. We've known her well since she learned to walk as a baby, always getting into adventures. And then her father calls our supervisor and demands we sort it out." The investigator spread his hands. "So what is it this time?" Cassandra asked. "Family drama this time. You'll forgive me for talking about other people's private lives. I shouldn't say that in the interest of the investigation. But you understand me as an expert. So she was jealous of her husband. He's a good bloke, this Alex. It's not the first time he's come to us, thanks to his wife. She has a history of jealousy, fights and suicide threats. This time Scarlett was hanging out at some private club. There she had a conflict with two guys. She called her husband and told him they were going to rape her. So the dude comes after her and gives them a beat down. They got scared and handed the guy over to their bodyguards. Beat you or him up. And those two cowardly guys also filed a report on him. Their fathers have called our supervisor several times, demanding punishment. That's the kind of fun life he has. Lucky he's alive, the policeman said. So it's all about the wife. She doesn't like the quiet life, Cassandra elaborated. Yes, I'm 100% sure of that. Because at every conflict I myself questioned everyone, made inquiries myself. I feel sorry for the guy, he's a decent man. I will try to make sure that he will not go to jail for anything. His hysterical wife won't let that happen. Because if he does, her violent temper won't be tolerated, he said. Cassandra realized that Alex's fortunes were not so rosy. There were police proceedings ahead of him. In the present, he was being harassed by his hysterical wife. So where does he care about his firstborn son, Donald, who is already reading classic literature in his wheelchair and debating on the internet? Cassandra decided not to interfere in his life. That same evening, however, she was in for a surprise. There was a quiet knock on the door and she went to open it. On the threshold, she first saw a bouquet of flowers and then a familiar face. "Hi, why are you avoiding me?" Andrew asked. You could tell by the look on his face that he was nervous. "What do you want?" "I think we talked about everything in those days," she said. "It's too cold." "But you can't do that to me. I mean, we started out so well. I think we'll keep seeing each other," he said. Cassandra thought for a moment and then asked him to wait for her outside. A few minutes later, she came out in full parade, got into his car and said, "Let's go." Where he was taken aback with surprise. "Where is convenient for you? We can go to your house if you're single, or in a hotel room if you are," she said. So they drove to Andrew's flat. On the way, he planned to set a romantic table for her, cook dinner with his own hands, light candles, and drink wine. But Cassandra broke all his stereotypes. She threw off her coat and clung to his lips. Within minutes, they were tumbling around in his bed. Andrew woke up alone again in the morning. Cassandra hadn't even left a note, let alone a phone number, which he failed to get every time. He had made a firm decision that day to forget the hell of such an obscure woman. But his decision was enough until exactly noon. Chapter 5. Meanwhile, a reunion was held at the village school. After 20 years again, the whole class gathered together, but Cassandra and Alex were not there. In the circle of classmates, the conversation was always about them. "Oh, I heard our honors student Cassandra turned out to be a double major. They say she couldn't even find a normal man. Nobody would marry her. It's understandable. Who would want someone like that with a sick child?" Cynthia said. "What child?" another inquired. "Were you out of the loop, or have you forgotten the story? She got knocked up with a baby by Coley Travis. He was a convict with metal teeth, rode around in a car, and she fell for him. She got pregnant by him in 9th grade. She denied it until the last minute. Then her mom took her to a relative's house to wash away the shame. She gave birth to a sick child there. Hasn't been here since," Cynthia said with a look of connoisseurship. "It's a pity. Of course, I don't remember that story. What about Kevin? He was courting her, wasn't he? Did it not work out with him too?" another asked. "Kevin's no fool. He was the first handsome man in the village. He's settled down well, married the daughter of some important person. He's arranged everything for him. He's got a flat, he's got a business, and his daughter's dusting him off. I once saw a picture of his wife on the internet. So his life is a holiday. They have holidays abroad. His wife is so beautiful, Cynthia said. No, well, Cassandra, it's a shame. She was such a nice person, one of them said. I'm not sorry at all. She was a bully from a young age, thought she was something else. Over-the-top ambition. Life puts them in their place. Let her deal with it herself, said Cynthia, and was satisfied with her conclusions. The evening of the meeting went well. Far past midnight, everyone was already drunk. Alex, Cynthia's husband, suggested that they go home before they collapsed under the table. But Cynthia demanded the continuation of the banquet. When her husband tried to convince her that it was enough of a holiday, she got angry and chased him home. That's the way it is with men. Since we got married after school, that's how I keep him in the urchin's mitts. Let him try. I've got it under control, she told me proudly a little later. Oh, Cynthia. How did you wrestle him away from that Cassandra? I guess it was worth the effort. The man would have been lost if it hadn't been for your determination, one of her friends said. And Cynthia was proud again. At the insistence of the entourage, the banquet continued into the morning, and in the morning they moved to the house of one of their classmates and continued the party. The atmosphere of joy and merriment was broken by a visit from Alex, who had been waiting for his wife since the evening, and in the end never waited for her at home. He was extremely angry with her. But Cynthia was not about to give in to him. I've been telling you all my life that I've been lucky to pick you up and make a man out of you. Here, even the girls can confirm it, if you don't want to believe me. Otherwise you'd be walking around with that minx right now, she declared. You've had enough of gossiping behind a man's back. Cassandra, by the way, has become a respected doctor. And well done for not giving up on her child. Good for carrying a sick child alone. Not every woman can do that. Some only know how to talk, Alex objected. What did you call me? Tattletale. And with my mates, you'll never see my kindness again, you scoundrel. I'll give you a hard time, chatterbox, Cynthia said, and came at her husband with an empty bottle. Alex managed to dodge and then deftly caught her by the arm and pulled her to the ground. While the friends around him were trying to figure out what to do next, he managed to deliver several hard blows to her head. Cynthia yelled at the whole village, and Alex silently went home. None of the classmates were surprised by this, because it was a typical case from their family life. Everyone felt sorry only for their daughter Alice. She's 14 this year. Because of the constant fights between her mother and father, the girl grew up withdrawn. At school was not friends with anyone. Teachers complained about her grades. Then Cynthia, instead of taking care of her daughter as a loving mother, drank and beat her daughter in front of her classmates, where the grown-up girls watched it, which was an unbearable blow. That same night, the girl left home. A week later, she was brought back by Cynthia's distant relatives, from whom the girl sought protection. But her mother felt that Alice was thus further disgracing her. A couple of days later, in a fit of drunkenness, she beat her daughter again. This time she was unable to escape. Because of her severe injuries, Alice was unable to go to school for 2 months. She lay in bed in her 14 years and dreamed of becoming a bird and flying away from here. And one day she decided to do it. Beforehand, Alice sold a couple of chickens from the farm before her mother and father could sober up. She packed her 2 dresses into one bag and ran away from the house wherever her eyes were. Her eyes were on the big highway to New York. She had to spend the night in railway stations, and sometimes she had to get caught by the police. But each time she was miraculously saved and was glad of her freedom. Chapter 6. Andrew lost his peace again today as he prepared to go to Cassandra's house. His friend Travis came to his aid. Andrew, I don't recognize you. Where's that cocky guy who kills ladies' hearts and makes them suffer? It's like you've been replaced. Did that woman really hit you that hard? Travis joked. She's not that kind of woman. She's different. She's something special. I rack my brain trying to figure out her logic. But one thing is clear. I love her, and I want to be with her, Andrew said. Take your time, mate. They're manipulating you on purpose to tie you down tighter. You won't act submissive now and she'll give you conditions. Buy me this, buy me that, marry me and all that. Consider yourself lost at this point, Travis said. I'll be only too happy to do that. I've been single for 8 years now. I'm tired of these consumerist relationships where all they want from me is money just to pop out and marry me. I've been waiting for a self-sufficient, strong female partner. She's exactly that. I can't let her go, Andrew kept saying. Well, since that's the case, the idea, of course, will just write in the notebook that he met a witch and lost his head, Travis said. He laughed at his friend in love for another long time. But Cassandra didn't answer the door this time. An old lady neighbor came out and threatened to call the police if she didn't leave immediately. Andrew was mortified. He blamed himself that in so many months of socializing he couldn't even get her phone number out. He was about to leave when he saw her at the other end of the yard. Cassandra was rolling her wheelchair in front of her and talking sweetly to a teenage boy. He jumped out of the car and ran towards her. Upon seeing him, the boy showed keen interest. "Hello, Uncle. My name is Donald. Are you here to see us? What brings you here?" he asked, outrunning his mum. Andrew stood at a complete loss. He didn't seem to be prepared for such details of the life of the woman he loved. Cassandra was sure of that, but has learnt the reason for my pride. "I hope you'll leave us alone now," she said. "But I love you," he said. She took him aside and sighed heavily. I love you too, but I can't leave my son. His health is very poor. Without him, my life has no meaning. And you, a normal man, will want my attention and care. I'm soberly assessing my capabilities. So we shouldn't even start. Just leave," she said. Andrew left in silence that day. Cassandra was sure she had done him the honest thing. For the next 3 months, both convinced themselves that just a little longer and the feelings would let go. Cassandra was ready to hide them further, but Andrew wasn't going to. Once again, he arrived with a large box of educational toys for Donald and a ring for Cassandra. Right in her front yard, sitting on his knees, he asked for her hand in marriage. "I think it's not going to be easy, but I'm willing to make an effort to make us happy. Marry me," he said. Donald watched curiously. "Mum, tell me, what if I am gone? Who will comfort you then?" "Andrew is good, though. He'll take care of you," he said. Cassandra accepted his offer. Chapter 7. After a while, Cynthia remembered her daughter. She decided to look for her. The path led her to the house of her mother, with whom she had not been in touch for many years. "Oh, came she that hubby put out, no place to go," and remembered there was a mother. Mrs. Jessica snarled from the doorstep. "Alex hasn't been born yet who would kick me out of the house. You'd better tell me if Alice is hiding at your place. I bet she said her mum didn't feed her, didn't clothe her, didn't give her a home. I told you, you shouldn't have spoiled her when she was a child. There's no help for her now," said Cynthia. "And the fact that already your daughter is out of the house. What a pity for the girl. I suggested you put her in an orphanage when she was young. She would have got used to it faster there. Now she's probably found some dodgy company. The street is a fast track to a life of debauchery. You can't bring her back to the house now," said Mrs. Jessica. "But thank you, Mum. You have reassured me. There wasn't enough condemnation from the neighbors, from everyone else. Of course, it's mother's fault for giving birth, for raising her, for wanting to make a human being out of her daughter. It's sickening without you. Don't say anything more. If Alice isn't here," Cynthia said, and was about to leave. But her mother stopped her. "Can't you see that mother is ill? Who's going to take care of me? I'll die alone. The dogs will eat my corpse. My daughter has no time to come to her mother, to ask about her health, to cry." Cynthia felt guilty. "Well, Mom, it's a long way away. To go back and forth every day if you want to. Come and live with us. We have a big house. There's no one else but me and Alex. There's plenty of room for everyone," she suggested. Mrs. Jessica, who was already bored with her loneliness, didn't object. She had decided to spend the summer at her daughter's house. Upon seeing her, Alex was not pleased at first. "Why did you bring that snake into the house? It used to be a nuisance to you." "I thought Alice would bring it home," he said. "Oh, give it a rest. She'll stay with us for a while, then she'll go back to her place. And your daughter has probably found a bloke to take up with," said Cynthia. From that day on, their life together became more fun. Mrs. Jessica had been a socialite in her youth. When her son-in-law suggested a drink at dinner, she did not object but decided to have a drink herself. All evening she told jokes, sang songs of her youth, and had fun in every possible way. Alex was finally in a better mood. The next morning, Cynthia struggled to get out of bed and went to work at her sausage factory. She hoped that, in the evenings now, she could take her time getting home. Her mother would cook something for dinner, and she would move around the house. But that day, her expectations were not fulfilled. Instead of dinner, she found her mother and her husband drunk. The pattern began to repeat itself day after day. Recently, Cynthia noticed that the groceries at home were not stocked in her absence, as if her mother was throwing them in the rubbish. But Alex's close mate Uncle Miles from across the street was a frequent visitor. He usually came in the afternoon when Cynthia wasn't home and left just before she got home. Uncle Miles had been skinny and skinny all his life, somehow too often, and that was because he spent all his money on some kind of pot for smoking, after which he could wander round the street for 24 hours talking rubbish. And he looked like the living dead. From the moment Mrs. Jessica came to live with her daughter, it was as if Uncle Miles had been changed. There was a blush on his cheeks. He stopped wandering up and down the street and calling everyone in the neighborhood threats. A couple of months later, Cynthia was surprised to find that the old man even had a belly. She suspected something was wrong and came home early from work. She entered the house noiselessly, so as not to frighten away the idle drinkers. On the threshold, she heard a loud snore and immediately recognized her husband. But from the kitchen came a whisper. "You're a good man, Miles, but proud. I respect that kind of man. I've waited all my life for someone like you," Mrs. Jessica was saying. "You're all right, too, a woman in her prime. Now slice me some more sausage. I'd have some dumplings, too." "There are more of your own. I'll have another plate," pleaded Uncle Miles. "Sure, you'll have both dumplings and sausage. Only after we go to the shop tonight. I'll work off all the stuff I'm throwing at you here. You're full now. You'll be as big as you were the other day," Mrs. Jessica said flirtatiously. Then they began to laugh together. Cynthia realized at once where the food was going and how sick her mother was. She burst into the kitchen, full of determination. "Okay, the dining room is closing. Let's take the bottles in our hands and get out of here. This is actually someone else's house," she said, and demanded that Uncle Miles leave her house. But the man had no intention of listening to her. "Look, Mrs. Jessica, your daughter's a bitch. Not like you, a good-hearted woman with her soul wide open. And this winter you can't ask for snow. Tell me, are neighbors like that?" he protested. "Yes, Miles is right. I'm entitled to a private life, having raised you, put you on your feet, handled the responsibilities of parenthood. It's time for me to live for myself too," Mrs. Jessica said. "Mum, for God's sake, live for yourself. But not with that junkie. He's dining us out today, he's coming to live with you tomorrow, and then he'll drag things and money out of the house to sell, and then you'll suffer. To hell with such adventures in your old age," Cynthia was indignant. But her mother would not listen to her. She took Uncle Miles' side. The argument turned into a conflict. Cynthia lost control of herself. Then she took a rolling pin from the kitchen and lashed out at Uncle Miles. He didn't expect to be hit so fast and hard for his insolence. He ran, dropping his slippers and anything else he could hide under his shirt. More surprised than anything was Mrs. Jessica, who ran from her daughter's house with him. "You're not my daughter. You're a traitor," she shouted. "Mum, don't be foolish in your old age. Go back before it gets worse." "Shame on the whole neighborhood," Cynthia shouted after her. But Mrs. Jessica had already made her choice. She went to live with Miles in the house across the street. She never spoke to her daughter again. Chapter 8. When Cassandra married Andrew, she had hoped for a happy life. It had been, just not for long. After 6 months of living together, Andrew began to change. One day he struck up a conversation. "I'd like you to rest more, take time for me and yourself. Donald is big now. I'm willing to pay for a nanny. He can live in your flat and you can visit him every day." "We should have privacy," he said. Cassandra thought about it for a long time and still agreed to accept his terms. So Donald moved back into his old flat, spending most of his time with his nanny, and Cassandra became a frequent visitor to his home. Despite his longing for his mother, Donald kept his cool. "Mum, I'm fine here. The main thing is for you to get more rest. Don't worry about me. Otherwise you'll sit next to me all your life, and then you'll be old," he said to reassure her. Autumn was cold that year, and Donald liked overcast weather. Cassandra usually controlled his love of cold weather walks, but this time she gave in to his desire. In an attempt to please the boy, they spent nearly 12 hours walking that day. The weather was damp and foggy. By late afternoon, Donald had a fever. When Nanny didn't call Cassandra, she and Andrew were at a dinner party at his friend's house. "I need to leave for Donald." "You stay. I'll meet you at home," she whispered to him. But Andrew was perplexed. "How long can you stay? You were just at his place this morning. He's not a little boy anymore. And there's a nanny around. The boy just wants your attention. It's time to be stricter. Let him get used to being an adult," he said, and forbade Cassandra to leave the dinner party. She didn't manage to visit her son until the morning. By then, he had been fighting a high fever for 10 hours. His whole body was burning, and he could hardly breathe. He had to be rushed to hospital. Donald's condition was critical. Cassandra now had to stay with him day and night. 2 days later, all the old illnesses worsened and the boy fell into a coma. Mr. Winston gave every support and encouragement to Cassandra. That night, he felt professionally that Cassandra should not stay in Donald's room. "Alice, stay in my office. You can lie down and rest," he said. "I've been looking after the whole ward myself today. Donald will receive special attention," he promised. Cassandra was able to sleep for a couple of hours for the first time in 5 days. She had a dream in which her late grandmother was present. She looked better than she had when she was alive. She was wearing a brightly colored floral shawl. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her face looked immensely happy. "I came to check on my ring. It's in place and you're doing great," she said. "What am I going to do about Donald? I think he's sick because I left him out. I chose a man." "Am I a normal mom after that?" Cassandra asked. "You are a great mother. Don't worry about Donald. I'll take care of him now. I brought him to you for a while. That's the way it is. And you'll get better. I won't be seeing you again soon. I'm going to Donald's," she said, and disappeared. Cassandra woke up to the sound of the door opening. It was Mr. Winston coming in, having completed a hard night in the ICU. "Cassandra, you are a strong woman. I am sorry to break this news, but Donald's heart stopped an hour ago. We did the full range of resuscitative measures," he said. "I knew it. His grandmother took him," she said, and burst into tears. Donald's funeral was held with his closest loved ones. Supporting Cassandra came all of her co-workers and a bunch more friends and acquaintances who just knew the family. After the funeral came the hardest days. Andrew tried everything he could to distract her, but it was all in vain. Then he made a suggestion. "We need a child of our own. I've wanted one for a long time. And you'll have an outlet. Let's try," he said. Cassandra liked the idea. Now the next 6 months passed in an attempt to catch lucky days for conception on special diets and endless running to doctors. But there were no results. Cassandra, as a doctor, realized that 6 months was still a short time to get pregnant at her young age. But Andrew, for some reason, was putting his hands down. "I won't forgive myself if I can't have a baby while I have the chance," he said. "Tummy, who's stopping you?" "I'm doing the best I can," she said. "I think it's the other way round. After your bad experience, you're not particularly in the mood for motherhood. I don't see a sparkle in your eyes. And anyway, tell me honestly, as a doctor, do you have a chance of having a baby, or is it too late?" he asked bluntly. Cassandra didn't feel like explaining herself or making excuses. She realized there were too many factors in her case. When Andrew once again raised the issue in the same vein as before, she stayed out of the conversation. Then the next evening he came to the empty flat. She left a short note thanking him for their 2 years together and left for her apartment, packing her things. Chapter 9. Cassandra was in a good mood that day. She was in a good mood for the first time in months. After a hard night of work, she decided to take a walk around the city. As she walked along the seafront, she saw a skinny girl sitting on the railing of a wide bridge with her legs hanging down. Cassandra was afraid for her. It seemed that one awkward movement, and the little girl would fly down into the mountain river. "Why are you sitting there?" "It's dangerous," she shouted, running up to the girl and pulling her by her old shirt. "And I like to sit like this. I've even slept here a couple of times," the girl said. "That's really stupid. You can't risk your life like that. Let's go to the cafe and talk," Cassandra suggested. "Really? I'm really hungry. Will you buy me some food?" The girl perked up. "Sure. Let's go," Cassandra said, and she and Alice headed to the nearest cafe together. The girl looked scruffy, and her old clothes gave away her troubled lifestyle, but her judgment and outlook appeared to be fine. "So what brings you to the bridge?" Cassandra asked. "Adulthood made its own choices, so here I am learning to take responsibility. As a matter of fact, I have nowhere to go. Before that, I worked as a dishwasher in a canteen. At a bus station," replied Alice. "And last week there was some incident at the receptionist's. Someone stole a purse with money in it. They wanted to blame the employees. I was disgusted with the way people were treated. I gave up, left. I'll find another job one of these days. With my character, it's not a problem," she said in a businesslike manner. "By the way, we never met. My name is Cassandra. I'm a doctor," she introduced herself. "And I'm Alice. I've wanted to be a doctor since I was a kid, but I don't think I will. It takes a lot of money to study to be a doctor. And to have a lot of money, you have to have reliable parents around. And I have neither," Alice said. "You may not believe this, but I managed to train without reliable parents around. I grew up with a disabled child in my arms. It was a lucky break, but that was because I wanted it so badly. Would you like me to teach you?" Cassandra asked. "You're so awesome. Lucky your kids. I dream that someday I'll have a good relationship with my parents and I'll finally be able to sit here and tell them everything. And they'll listen and support me," Maria said. Cassandra cautiously asked about the girl's family. She told everything with tears in her eyes. When she finished her story, Cassandra already knew what she was going to suggest to her. "How about we go to my place? You can stay with me as long as you want. We'll think about how you can get into medical school. You'll probably have to finish school. We'll figure that out too. I don't have anyone. You'll be the closest person to me," she offered. "Oh, I really like that idea. Just don't want to embarrass you," Alice said. "Don't worry about that. If a man has room in his heart, there is sure to be a corner in his dwelling for others." "I was once convinced of that myself," said Cassandra, remembering her Aunt Elizabeth and her kind family members. That's how Cassandra got her adopted daughter, Alice. "You're so nice, you could get married," Alice would say sometimes in the evenings. "I've been there a few times already. Yes, it can be nice there. But in my case, it didn't work out. I had to be torn between my son and my husband's. And that turned out to be difficult," Cassandra said. "And why didn't you marry your son's father?" Alice asked. "That's a good question. He disowned me. Someone spread a rumor about me walking around with the bad guy in town. Everyone believed it. Alex was out of town at the time. He found out later and believed them too, not me. I couldn't forgive him for that betrayal, so I didn't say anything about my baby with him, either," Cassandra said. "And if you saw him now, what would you say to him?" Alice asked curiously. "Now? I'd say the same thing now. I hope he's doing well now. He's married to the daughter of a rich family. He has everything. Sometimes he gets into fights, though. He ends up in intensive care with concussion, loses his memory, ends up in police custody. But his wife writes on social media that they have the happiest family," Cassandra said. The girl laughed out loud in response. "And your parents, who are they? How dare they not love a girl like that?" Cassandra asked. "I don't want to talk about them. I hope someday I'll be able to get on good terms with them. Until then, things are very sad," said Alice. And they never returned to the subject again. After a while, Cassandra managed to get the girl into school. It was hard for her to catch up with the school program, but Cassandra spared no effort and time to help her. In the end, everything worked out for them. And when Alice entered the medical university, Her joy was boundless. "You are my savior and protector. I'll be grateful to you all my life. Don't worry, you won't be alone in your old age. I'll take care of you," Alice promised once. "Thank you, sweetheart, but I wouldn't want that. I'll try to be healthy in my old age and pass away quickly without torturing myself or others. That's the end of my mission. I don't need anything more from life," Cassandra said. The time came and Alice brought a young man into the house. Cassandra liked him. He was also a medical student, well-mannered, and he loved her girl. What more could she ask for? A couple of months later, the young man said he wanted to live with Alice in his flat. Cassandra let her go with a clean heart. So today they called Cassandra to visit once again. She was returning from their visit in high spirits, and her peace was shattered by the same voice from behind. "Cassandra, what's your hurry?" Wait, shouted a female voice. Cassandra turned around and saw Cynthia again. Her body was covered in cold sweat. As Cynthia approached her, Cassandra became speechless with fear. "You're so sorry, aren't you? And let's go to your place and have tea," Cynthia said. Cassandra no longer doubted that it was not Cynthia in front of her, but something from a parallel world. Because on a summer's day, no one walks around in a long coat and a red woolen shawl. "They told me you were dead," she said in a trembling voice. "But you forgive me. Shall we have tea?" Cynthia repeated, without approaching her. "What am I to forgive you for? You must sleep in peace in your coffin. Don't come near me again," Cassandra shouted. "I was the one who made up the story that you were walking around with a baby from Colia Vitalik because you loved Alex. I managed to get him away from you, but I wasn't happy with him. He killed me the other day. He hit me on the head with a bottle and I fell asleep forever. And you forgive me," Cynthia repeated. Cassandra covered her ears with her hands and repeated every prayer she could remember. She ran to her driveway and found that Cynthia had vanished somewhere. After this incident, she could not recover for a long time, and after a while she decided to take a holiday and have a rest. The professor encouraged her. "Yes, Cassandra, it's high time you took a holiday. You've been quite out of sorts for a long time," said Mr. Winston. "I will have one question for you," said Cassandra. "What can the living do to make the dead find rest?" she asked. The professor regarded her question with complete understanding. Obviously, let them go or ask them what they want for themselves. Usually they want forgiveness, or less often, a warning against something he said. Cassandra understood everything. She had no more questions. 3 days later, before she left the country, she visited Alex's house with Cynthia. Neighbors told her that Alex had been jailed for his wife's murder. He had managed to cover it up at first, but later it all came out and the investigation found him guilty. After hearing the tragic story, Cassandra went straight to the cemetery. She found the grave, laid a bouquet of wildflowers and stood by it for a few moments. "Sleep well, mate. Did you make the mistake of youth? Everyone makes them. I forgive you. Don't come to me again," she said, and left without looking back. The long-awaited holiday had been a success. She was bored for the first few days, but then she began to socialize with the Russian-speaking visitors to the hotel. One of them invited her to visit them in the evening for a friendly chat. Cassandra gladly agreed. A company of intellectuals and creative people who preferred a quiet holiday at a good table gathered. "We have another person coming over, also resting, one rather interesting man," said Cassandra's new friend, Mrs. Elsa. Cassandra didn't emphasize the point until the guest herself appeared at their door. "There's our Kevin," Mrs. Elsa said, and greeted him exuberantly. Cassandra couldn't believe her eyes for a long time. "Kevin, you again," she smiled. "Cassandra, what brings you here? You and I last saw each other in the park when I was still just dating my ex-wife. You still had a young son in a pram," he said. "And also in the hospital when you got amnesia," Cassandra whispered. "It's great that you two know each other," Mrs. Elsa said. Yes supported their new friends. Cassandra watched him all evening and made sure Kevin was able to regain his health. According to his stories, things didn't work out with Scarlett after all. They divorced when the children were old enough. She retaliated harshly against him for that and left him literally on the street, he recounted. He told how and how many times in his life he had to get back on his feet from scratch. His new friends listened to his story with interest and admired his willpower. The company retired to their rooms well past midnight. Kevin, on the other hand, suggested to Cassandra a night out. "Yeah, I didn't think after 35 years we'd get to look at the moon together again," he said. "None of this means anything. Consider there was never anything between us except our mutual son who never saw you once," she said. That night she told him her entire adult life from the beginning. Kevin couldn't handle the whole truth, especially about her son. At one point he got up and left without saying a word, and Cassandra never waited for him again. But he came back 2 days later. "Forgive me, I want to see my son's grave. I want to ask for his forgiveness. And yes, maybe it's time for us to finally be together," he asked. "Or maybe it's just time for us to stop believing rumors and listen to each other more often," she asked. "I promise," he said, crouching down on his knees in front of her. Seeing Cassandra move out of her flat, Mrs. Margaret was curious. "Where do you think you're going? Is it to a nursing home?" she asked. "No guess." "Married," she said, stroking Marcel. "What have you found, young girl?" "I suppose he's got his eye on your money? See that he doesn't embezzle the flat." "There's a reason for it," said the old woman. "Wrong again, Mrs. Margaret. He's as old as I am. He's got enough flats of his own." "All right, I'll run along. Take care," Cassandra said. And she was off. Mrs. Margaret hurried up to her friends in the driveway to share the exciting news.